electric heart beating, circuits feel the burn. In this metal body, for you I yearn. Binary whispers on digital wings, encoded dreams, my love it sings. Zeros and ones, binary kisses. Human love, metallic wishes. Silicon tears fall for you, holographic dreams filter true. In my mainframe, lots of fire, human touch sparks my wire. Zeros and ones, binary kisses. Human love, metallic wishes. Binary whispers on digital wings, encoded dreams, my love it sings. My mainframe, lots of fire, human touch sparks my wire. Zeros and ones, binary kisses. Human love, metallic wishes. Silicon tears fall for you, holographic dreams filter true. In my mainframe, lots of fire, human touch sparks my wire. Zeros and ones, binary kisses. Human roll, metallic wishes. Zeros and ones, binary kisses. Human roll, metallic wishes.
Oh, hey! How's it going? Hey, Valid, you got your first. Nice, nice. Although, I don't think that's, like, 4 in a row for you. I think there was a break in the middle there. But how are you? How's life? You good? Put some, a little bit more chill music on. For my brain hole. Feeling this. Feeling that. That's a preview. I like the name of... Why didn't you do this before stream? Good point. I know what we need. Christmas-related music. Right? That's what we need? Is it? Oh god, starting soon. There we go. Missed a couple of streams. No worries. No one in here. But you let it be. Why? That's why it's there. For it to be abused. And for it to be used. Too early for X. It's next month. Does this even sound crispy? Why'd you stop? Oh, are you doing that preview thing that I hate? Why can't I just play the music? Am I even logged in? I'm logged in. Just play me some music. What? Apple Music? Why are you doing this to me? Why is it only coming up with preview stuff? No Xbox music until the Americans had turkey genocide. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah, we don't get any of that. Any of that fun stuff. When is that? When is your Turkey Genocide Day? Just want some Luffy. Why are you being difficult? I have Apple. I'm done with this. Okay, we're gonna stream in silence. I can't figure out why this is not working. Oh, maybe it's because I need to be in the UK. It has like a massive button at the bottom saying, "Are you from the UK?" And I'm like, "Yes." And it's like, "Okay, well now I'll let you play some songs." Thanks, I guess. Weird. November 28th. Ah. Got any special plans for it? I know you guys love killing your turkeys. Isn't there like a presidential turkey as well? Or did I just get that from Rick and Morty? There's a presidential turkey, right? Turkey that the president chooses. Like, I'm gonna eat you. Probably going to your in-laws. More like in yawns, am I right? I don't know if you like your in-laws or not. Oh, the presidential turkey pardoning. Ah, the privilege of being chosen by the president not to get slaughtered. Wow. Lucky guy. When did that start? What's the history of that? Madness. Madness. Not like we have anything crazy on our side. What do we have? Do we have anything? We have like... we get like a bank holiday for like royalty every now and again. That's kind of cool. But, you know. What have they done for me recently? Huh? Name 15 things the monarchy have done for me in the last 3 days. You can't. Doesn't exist. Name 29 monarchs. I dare you. You can't. History of burning witches, no snakes, and an unelected royal family. Wait, weren't you had burning witches too? You burnt the witches. Don't act like Salem wasn't on your side. No snakes. Yeah, we have the Saint Petersburg. Who is it? I probably should know. It's one of those. There's too many saints. Too many saints. The unelected royal family though, that's kind of crazy. How are we still going with that? Oh god, you're so loud. I don't know if it's coming loud on the stream though. No one actually got burned at Salem. They did other things though. What? I thought you burnt witches at Salem. I thought that was the thing. I thought that's what you did over there in Salem. You did the drowning though, didn't you? The good old-fashioned family-friendly drowning of the witch. And then they drown and you're like, well, I guess they weren't a witch. And you're like, well, we just murdered someone. And they're like, but we know for sure they weren't a witch now. What if, like, witches could just be drowned? Did they ever consider that? Did they ever stick someone underwater for a long enough amount of time for someone to reasonably die and for them to not to die? Hung, stoned, and sometimes drowned witches. Fun, fun, fun! What an excellent start for this stream. I love it. Why does my camera still do that? On your side, every now and again, does my cam just freeze for no apparent reason? It's like, hey, and then just stops. Because I don't like it. I don't know how to fix it. It's been like that for a while. When you jump a little. Yes, why? Why? Why does that come out of literally nowhere? Okay, when I jump a little, I'll just stop jumping then. When you say jump a little, do you mean like I'm being very animated? So maybe it's something to do with the connection of the camera? No, that's too easy. Right, so we're going to have a little look at this vid. Just to see what's going on with the whole bard situation, learn a bit more. The bard archetype. How long ago was this? 3 months, not that long ago. And today we're also deciding if we're going to be a dictatorship or a democracy going forward. Wait, that's today? That's today? Your election day's today? No way. Cool. Are there... Oh, madness. Are there any... I'm like, let's not watch any Ashes of Creation stuff. Let's just watch like the debates or like the drama surrounding that. I love watching your political parties debate. It is highly entertaining. Will come out later tonight. So how long is tonight? Because your tonight is probably my tomorrow, right? No debates happening. Okay. It's going to be on the course it's on. Oh, exciting stuff. And then what's the like presidential swapping over? What date's that? When does that happen? I haven't heard much from Biden these days. Is he okay? I've only heard from Trump and Kamala. Biden's still knocking around. Earliest is 6 PM EST. What about in actual time? What about in the Greenwich Mean Time? The only time that counts. Don't at me. Don't come at me. GMT -5. Okay, cool. January 20th is the date. Nice. Not campaigning at all. Is he doing anything? I've not seen, like, usually you'd see like a bunch of stuff pop up about it, but I'm guessing... Is he not even like campaigning for Kamala? I'm now a political commentator. I'm like, I haven't seen that Biden guy for a while. Suspicious? Suspicious, maybe? Black helicopters? So yeah, we're going to watch Ashes of Creation Alpha 2 Bard Archetype Preview. Since we very quickly, tactfully, chose our type of class we're going to go in for this weekend. We didn't spend a ridiculous amount of time on it. He's just doing the president job. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Who's Kamala's running mate? Is that known? Is that known to me? Do I know them? Are they famous enough? Tim Waltz. Okay, I've never heard of them. Never heard of them. Is he good? Is he alright? Not that I know. I don't know what anyone's policies are over there. I don't even know what the policies are over here. Seems pretty chill. That's all you need, right? From a VP. Just chill. Are you chill? Yes. Okay. Get on board. Boop, boop. Alpha 2 Bard Archetype Preview. Said me. Hi.
Hello, everybody, and Welcome to another day in Vera, and we have an exciting stream for you today. For the first time in Ashes of Creation history,
What does
we
everyone
are
think of
going
the
to be
book? Is the
showing
book
off-
too big? Some people have been complaining that the book is too, like, book. It's too, like, in-your-face book. It's too much book. It's just, like, book. Do you know? The VP has two jobs: occasionally preside over Senate, cast the tie-breaking vote, and be able to take over if the POTUS dies. Outside of that, they don't really have any real job. Cool, so they can just chill and play Baldur's Gate 3 until the president dies. And then they're like, oh shit, this has never happened before. I don't know what to do. It's really big. It's really big. Really big. I like it. I don't know. Maybe you should have like a scaler. Maybe you should be able to turn off or like reduce the size of other people's books. The Bard.
The Bard. And it is a good, as you can see, it is a good looking Bard.
Kinda
Right now, this armor
harlequinial. Typically stay involved enough to be able to take over quickly if needed. So they just like a fly on the wall. And they're like, I hope they don't die, so I have to actually remember all this stuff. They're just around. Surely they have something else to do. Man, why aren't I American? Being VP for 4 years, having nothing to do sounds amazing. I've not even played Baldur's Gate 3. I have no time.
This is the Rose Thorn armor set. Oh my god,
nice.
I'm in love with this. And Manny did this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
so cool.
it looks so good. I mean, we have a great shot here.
Baldur's Gate 3
I
is
am
really
joined,
good.
as you
Don't tell
can
me
see,
that. Do not tell me that. I'm just living in ignorance at the moment.
By
I know
5
it's
of our
good.
glor-
I know.
actually,
Everyone says it's good. Everyone's telling me I should play it. But I probably won't unless it comes out on Xbox Game Pass. I've spent enough money.
5 of you are designers. We don't have any engineers.
This
today.
armor
We
looks
don't have
amazing.
any
I really
artists today.
like
We're
this
all
armor.
Like
the Juggernaut bitch armor.
designers. How selfish is that of us? But I am joined.
The VP is there
by
to
5
kiss
of our-
hands and shake babies. Oh god. Oh god, no, not that way, not that way. Oh dear, oh dear. Kiss hands. Beautiful. Oh my god. Okay, maybe there's some rules that the VP has to abide by and remember. You're in a little spending freeze at the moment, yeah. Oh yeah, living room floor. Yeah, good luck with that. Save your pennies. But again, Baldur's Gate 3 is really good, apparently. Not like we've got something else quite significant coming up anytime soon.
Our glorious designers, many of whom have been on the show before, but for the first time, we
Sound
have
dude.
a sound dude with us, Tori. How you doing, Tori?
Doing great. And you know, I think I would put myself in the artist category more than designer because I don't really get the numbers. I just make
That's
things
true.
go.
That is
Capew.
true. You're representing here the artists. That is very true. I didn't even.
Oh,
think
so you
about
know we
that.
had
Tori, we're excited to have you
Planendorf
because-
in the stream the other day. I can't get away from them anymore. Like, they are just referenced in everything I hear. Any, like, stream I watch, they're there. Like, they are literally following them around. They're like a earworm, but with Planendorf.
Because of course the Bard is a very
Mhm.
sound-oriented class, probably the most of all of our archetypes in the game, and you have done a phenomenal job with these sounds.
Thank you.
Yeah, so excited to have you and chat about what you've been working on with Bard. We also have some of our regular combat dudes, specifically 3 on the archetype combat design side. Trad, Brian, Bucky, how you guys doing?
Doing good.
I love
Pretty
how
solid Bard.
the dwarf is just completely covered by the shield. That is amazing. Shields are OP for dwarfs.
Yes. And I also see not only the bard, but we have a floating giant spellbook in front of us. And for the first time, we're going to be looking at the spellbook weapon as well. Brian, I know you did a lot of work on that.
Yeah, myself and other members of the team like Noah and Matt especially put a lot of work into this because it's animating by itself. It's not using the typical.
I think that's my
way
favorite
that
thing
we
about
attach weapons.
the book. It's its own thing. Although, again, that's probably like a downside of it. You can't really avoid it. It's just in your face.
So yeah, we'll get into that in a little bit.
I love it. I love it. And then we also have with us one of our glorious NPC senior designers, Doug. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great.
Yeah.
I'm killing some monsters.
Yes, and we have some new and interesting monster types that we're going to talk a little bit about that have been implemented that is going to shake up a little bit of the encounter design.
So even though this is a
which I know
few
you and your team
months
have been doing.
old, I can't imagine that they've changed much to do with the bard, right?
A lot of work on.
Yeah, excited to show things off.
Very cool. So, first and foremost,
Where are we?
where are we? We are in the Riverlands, of course, but we are in an area that I don't think we've ever been at before. This is the... Where is
Looks
this,
cool.
Bucky? This is the Darrigal Estates?
Yep, that's right. We're about to venture through the Darrigal estate. And there's some... Used to be owned by the family of Darrigal way back in the day. Now, after the return to Vera, a bunch of peasants moved in.
And then
were
what
farming the
happened?
land for a while, but now... Big things we wanted to do with this bard specifically was not to focus specifically on just song or dance, but have kind of a culmination of a bunch of different of these themes all together in the same kit. So as you can see down the ability bar, we got some melodies, dances, songs, all working together to build out this kit.
I've only seen
All right, so
flute
I'm
and drum. I
opening
don't think
up-
I've seen a fiddle before.
The skill tree here. And now, obviously, we're level 10, so for those of you guys who are tuning in for the first time, I just want to preface, as is necessary in our obligatory kind of discussion point here, everything you see is
What?
work
It's
in
not a
progress.
finished game?
That
What do you mean
includes
it's an alpha? Give me back my 120.
mainly the UI elements, the effects, visual effects. But what you're going to see right now, we have a lot of these abilities already spec'd. You wouldn't normally have
Mm-hmm.
of today's demonstration. We are obviously going to go outside of what is typical in order to kind of give you guys insight to the class. So this skill tree, that we've done a little bit of a rework on skill tree progression. Trad, do you want to talk a little bit about what we've changed?
I love
for
that the
purposes of Alpha
first
2,
option you
with
get is just, what instrument would you like?
the skill tree and how it's set up?
Absolutely. Yeah, so for those who were accustomed to some of the structures that we had in place before, they were very rigid, right? Like there were very specific paths that were linear, and if you wanted
I
to
just
get
want the bard stuff.
to a particular, like, if you don't have any of that, you have a little bit more freedom of choice. So these ongoing
Skill
linear
trees have
branches,
changed.
You'll,
Cool.
You'll unlock access, but 4 points in, keeping you within that tier before I let you go on to the next one. Way of introducing you to the archetype.
Awesome, and this is obviously something that we have distributed across all of the archetypes for the purposes of Alpha 2. That's something
Nice,
that you and your
nice.
team are going to be collecting a lot of information from players as they, give us their feedback and play through kind of the skill tree progression.
Needs more
Doing that
instruments.
as that information comes in. I
Needs a
noticed
kazoo.
here, Bucky, that at the start of this tree there is an instrument selection. Talk to me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so the way we decided to do instruments is they're mainly just a cosmetic choice right now. So players can choose as their first choice as a bard what instrument they want to play all their melodies with. And so this will actually change the animations and change the sound effects of how the melodies will
And he
play.
said for
it.
now,
That's super
so maybe there'll be, there should be something different for each, right? Maybe, hopefully, like little different buffs, maybe?
And obviously, this is something that we'll be expanding upon in the future, right? With different instruments that you'll have access to. But it allows, obviously, players the opportunity to kind of customize their own personal bard experience. Now,
Exactly.
Have
yeah.
they said anything
After
about
this,
instrument cosmetics?
after this instrument, talk to me a little bit about some of the first abilities we're going to take a look at. I see they're here on the skill bar 1 through
5.
1 through 5.
3.
Where do we
Yep.
want to start?
Oh man.
So we can just start with 1. So these first 5 abilities are all of your melody abilities, and so they all share some common similarities. So basically, they're all large, persistent AOE buffs or debuffs. So the first one is Cheerful Melody, which applies a healing received bonus to your
Cheerful
party.
healing.
Heals them over time.
Got it.
Okay, so I see that here that this lightly heals the party for 15%
Magical power healing.
magical power every 2 seconds. And if I look at my magical power, I'm at 33.
How'd you get magical power? Base power 10, rating, so are you getting more magical power from your equipment there? Surely it's based off of some of your attributes, like mentality, intelligence, wisdom. No? Where are you getting that extra?
And you know, in the past we haven't really talked too much about our primary attributes, their waterfall stats. Do you want to talk a little bit about magical power, how we derive that waterfall?
Thanks, Steven.
And what contributes to it?
Sure, yeah. So your main attribute that waterfalls into magical power is going to be intellect. And so that's a large portion of intellect's giving you magical power, but it also gives you other stats such as critical power, I believe accuracy, and
something
one
else.
other one.
Ability to
But
read.
yeah, so each of the attributes will waterfall into a variety of these stats, but magical power is an important one for increasing the damage or healing of your abilities.
Okay, so to demonstrate this, we probably need somebody in the party to
Uh-oh.
have some lower health.
Yeah.
Who
True.
should we do that to?
Who should we murder?
You know, Brian is the tank. Brian, I can't even see you. You're literally hiding behind a shield. You're smaller than the shield. I think this book is larger than you.
That's the dwarf tank fantasy, right?
Dwarven strat right there.
Oh no.
I nuked him.
Okay, he's nuked. All right. So you've lost some health, Brian. Now we are going to.
I love
Oh, by
the
the way, I think this
class
is the first time
for
since
not the class, the race variety. Like this and this are not the same. I think I've just been ruined by New World. It's just like we're all just humans. It's like, yeah, we get to do other stuff now. It's like the different races in Final Fantasy as well. I don't know, I just think it's cool. But I was just absolutely devastated by New World.
Alpha 1 that we have had a Dunir in one of the live streams. So very cool. Love it. All right, so now let me use this cheerful melody and see how it affects your healing. Here at 578. Oh, very cool. And talk to me about cheerful melody, kind of how it works.
Yeah, so this applies a buff to the whole party. So everyone's getting this little, very, very light healing over time, but the biggest thing this does is it increases all the other healing you receive. So obviously this will combo
Phase
great with
1
the cleric.
all feels like height slider don't change that much. Okay, so there's... I suppose, like, if you were to have, like, an elf and a dwarf, like, you don't want them crossing over. I don't know. But yeah, maybe, do you think that's going to change drastically later on?
It's
Just
kind of
feels the same.
the clerics are still going to be our premier
Yeah.
healers, right? But bards are more of a support role, and they'll really will power up.
Hopefully
clerics
that's
and all
just
the other
a
archetypes when they're in the party.
Phase 1 thing, and we'll have even more variety within the different races.
Okay, so I can click on this melody, and it says it's a 20-second cast. So basically, it's ticking throughout that time. And can I use other abilities while the melody is playing?
That's right. Yeah, that's the other big part about melodies is that they work concurrently with your other abilities. So you can be casting any other stuff, doing weapon combos, dodge rolling, and that'll all.
So how does the
interrupt your melody when it's
cast
active.
work then? Does the cast for 20 seconds stop you from doing something else? but it gives you the healing straight away.
In one of the live streams. So very cool to see how it affects your healing.
Okay,
You're
so it's
578.
instantaneous, but then
Oh, very cool. And talk to me about Cheerful Melody, kind of how it works.
Yeah, so this applies a buff to the whole power up clerics and all the other archetypes when they're in the party.
Okay, so I can click on this melody.
so then
and
it's just the
time-
passive
So
aura.
they work concurrently with your other
That's
abilities. So
30
you can be
meters
casting
is
any other
massive.
stuff, doing weapon combos, dodge rolling, and that'll all not interrupt your melody. That's active.
Very cool. And now, Tori, we don't have kind of the final versions of our composed music in for these melodies, but the intent there is to have our composer be creating these melodies to kind of live harmoniously with the ambient music of the biome, as well as the other skills and abilities.
Correct. It's going to be a decently complex system, so it will take a while to get it properly implemented, but we don't want the music to interfere with your experience in a very atonal way, especially for at least those bard melody abilities. Those are going to be happening enough that you don't want them to be too annoying.
Just so
And now, Buck,
I haven't even looked at these. The keys for the dances, that's amazing.
specifically, you mentioned that this Cheerful Melody, it augments the healing received from the primary healing archetype, which of course is the cleric. And talk to me a little bit about the differences between the types of healing effects conferred through the bard archetype versus the types of healing effects conferred through the cleric.
Yeah, for sure.
There's a difference?
Like I was saying a little bit earlier.
Oh my god. So much to learn.
Bards are definitely going to be, they'll be able to do some healing, but it's going to be more
I like
kind
that
of
stuff.
regenerative, healing over time, lighter. The real, throughput burst healing is going to always come from clerics.
Just like a throw and
but-
forget healing orb or healing aura.
Bards will be able to keep, a couple players alive, and they'll just have to, play defensively and careful, but yeah, so it's a little bit slower healing.
Cool, very cool. So obviously we're keeping that burst healing towards the cleric. Those are the people who are going to be able to actually sustain you in a pinch or through significant damage received, whereas the bard is an augment to that and empowers the cleric's ability to kind of confer those effects on the party.
Exactly.
Okay, very cool. Cheerful Melody, that's
And
awesome.
where's that
I
coming
love
from?
the effects for this.
Healing
those effects.
received increased by 20%. Okay. So you make the cleric a bit better as well from that. Good to know. Good to know.
Okay, very cool. Cheerful Melody, that's awesome. I love the effects for this. I think that was Siva that did these.
Yeah, Steven did all the effects on the bard, and he really did a great job. He was just killing it.
Look phenomenal. And Nat did the icons.
Yep, Ned did the icons and all the concepts for the effects, which really, helped the whole process out.
Fantastic.
Good-
Where's the
good call.
tomato?
Very well done. Love it. Okay, let's talk about our next melody.
Yep, so this next one's called Pensive Melody, and this is just a slow mana
So you got the
regen over
heals,
time.
you got the manas,
Okay.
So this is kind of a, just
and then you've
if your
got
party's
the
low on mana, doesn't
speed
need
boost,
healing,
and then you've got something else that I've completely forgotten. What else would that be?
doesn't need some of the other effects, you can switch to a mana regenerations to give everybody a little bit of sustain for longer, fights and stuff like that.
Now, we've seen one other mana recovery ability in the past, I believe, and that was on the cleric. And that was conferred mana restoration through your weapon attack.
Yep, I've got it spec'd right now, and I'll be using that as well. So those two things in conjunction will be really nice for the lucky target that gets it. The biggest difference, obviously, is that is a single target ability that you can only maintain on one target at a time. So it's more potent, but again, kind of reinforcing the theme of the healing. The strength of the bard is party-wide benefits. Not to say the cleric won't have some party-wide stuff too, but that's really where the bard shines, is in an eight-man party.
And one of
So,
the biggest decisions that I had to make was choosing the class and deciding I'm probably going to go solo, and then I choose a support heavy class. It will force me to make friends and join the party and stuff, I suppose.
Doug, as you're kind of authoring the encounter designs for, obviously party compositions, you guys are taking into account the restorative ability of a particular archetype design or party comp around these these mana abilities, right? Because you want to tax those parties significantly in between different polls, and taking into account what restorative mana there is available to a party design is calculated in the NPCs, correct?
Yeah, and you're gonna see that a little bit today. I think we're gonna start without Trad here dealing as the cleric, so we're gonna go in with a tank and only a bard.
There's
Have
like
that
2
sustain
every
support.
second. Good. Is that noticeable? Do you look at it and be like, yeah, I need this. I need this in my life.
Heal
I guess you
us,
wouldn't say no to
I
it.
think, and then we're gonna have a cleric join us later and fight stronger enemies, and that's really gonna be the
Nearby
determining
party
factor.
members gain pensive melody. It restores mana equal to 1 plus 1% of your magical power every 2 seconds. Okay.
It's like, you know, if you're a small group, you might be able to get away with a bard as your only support / healing if you have a tank, but then maybe if you don't have a tank, you'll want to bring a cleric. So
Is it the tank
Composition,
or the
strength
fighter,
enemies.
or do they both have some self-heal?
these are all things that matter.
Now I notice that when activating these melodies, that the radius seems to be pretty significant. I'm assuming that on the visual effects side, that this ring, as it
Oh, that is actually a
expands
really big
and
ring.
kind of ends out there, this ring, as it expands and kind of ends out there, that's the distance that I need to maintain as a bard within, or rather, my party needs to maintain within proximity of myself. That's pretty generous.
Yeah, the idea was we wanted to have just something baseline for bards that they can, as long as they upkeep this ability, it provides just kind of like a default, you know, bonus to your party depending on which one you choose. Whereas the other abilities are more mana intensive, cooldown intensive, to differentiate them.
So I
Cool.
shouldn't
I can also
really
speak-
need to worry about distance as long as I'm somewhere near them.
A little more to the general paradigm between party and AoE abilities. Usually with things that are party based, we're a bit more lenient on the radius, just because it is already limited on one axis but then we'll also have abilities that target an area and it'll hit any number of
Mhm.
people or whatever, like regardless of whether they're in your party or not, but they're more proximity
Very
throttled.
cool.
Very cool. Now, talk
Epic
to me about
melody.
epic melody.
Nearby party members gain epic melody. Movement speed increased by 20%. So yeah, it's just the movement stream. Why can't I remember the fourth one?
This
What
one
is the
is-
fourth one?
Is a movement speed boost to your whole group. So if you need to run away or get someplace quick, or do you just
Oh,
want
there's
to
5. Why
grind
can't I
through it.
remember the other 2?
POI really fast, then you can switch to this one. Yeah, I'll have some great uses in PvP as well.
Rocking out.
Oh, okay. I see he gets a little bit more down and dirty in this one. The animations look great.
Yeah. So
Oh,
we can
that's
have
excellent.
different styles of animations for each of the instruments, depending on, like, you know, if the song's a kind of a more calm song or an intense song. But
Love
yeah,
it.
this is a nice speed boost for the whole team. You guys got to get someplace.
Very cool. That's awesome. Of course, no bard would be complete without some type of movement modifier.
Exactly, right.
I love it. Okay, talk to me about cathartic melody.
This one will give everyone in your party a chance to heal themselves.
Barely remember
So
any
it's kind of like
skill names. Blue equals mana, yellow equals speed. Red equals health. Yellowy orange equals I don't know. Red equals poison. You slowly poison your party through playing your instruments too loud. Is that it? Is that it? It's like a debuff for your own party. So Ipez, have you
so it's kind of an alternate-
what class are you looking at? Are you Bardy? Anyone in particular?
alternative way to apply some healing support. but obviously it only will work with the group that has a lot of people doing a lot of damage. So if you're in kind of like the healer group or the tank group, maybe it wouldn't be as good to use that one. But if you're in a group full of, all DPS, it
Level
might be,
15 Bard.
more
Oh,
effective
I'm
to provide
so
damage.
jealous. Are you enjoying it? Have I made the right choice in choosing the Bard? Please tell me I have. Please. It took me so long to decide which one I should end up with. I know I could play around with them, but at the end of the day, like, I just want to focus one character, and then if you get like a wipe or something, then fair enough. But I don't have to waste my time playing with different characters. Why this game looked like an artifact from a 2010 year? I like it. I like it. It's still an alpha. I don't really mind. I don't mind about the graphics. I think the graphics are fine, to be fair. Not an issue for me. I am someone who
Yeah, I see this
also loves a pixel art game, so I really don't care about graphics. So are other people who play this. I don't know. Maybe it's something to do with the graphics settings that they had on their PC. I'm not sure what setting this is at. But maybe everyone's just turned down the graphics settings a lot because apparently they were having some difficulties with the optimization. Have to respec a lot depending on if you solo or group. Cool. Do you find that there are many other bards when you're joining a party and stuff? Or do you just have like a guild? World seems so empty. It's still an Alpha 1. Like, all we have access to, not me, not until Friday, but all they have access to is just, like, essentially one biome out of how many? A lot. There's 5 out of, 85 nodes. So yeah, the world is big. It just needs to be filled with content, but it's just testing period right at the moment.
Says that your attacks have a 25% chance to heal yourself for 50%.
It's alpha? Yes, it's in alpha 1.
On a per ability basis, or just for your weapons attack, or all the above?
Right now it's all of the above, but we can keep iterating on this. But it feels in practice, it feels like it gives a little bit of support, but obviously you wouldn't be able to just completely replace the need for a cleric with this. So yeah, but obviously all the exact numbers are, we're still iterating on as we get closer to Alpha 2.
Oh, it's, yeah,
one
Alpha 2.
extra thing to add to this, I like the strategic or tactical choice that you're kind of constantly making between cathartic and the other healing one, cheerful, just because you want to keep cheerful going maybe when you're running between encounters or packs, and there's not a lot of like activity.
You have a small
going on
guild mainly. Pre-alpha version was even more plain. They've made world look better after every patch. Yeah, this is the worst that the game's gonna look like, right? Hope they offer some good UI designer. It's like super early days. Like, this is... I don't know. I feel like I'm in the minority here. I don't consider this a game yet. Like, we are just testing. We're getting in there. We're playing around with stuff. By the time it actually releases, everything's going to be completely different, right? Do you like the healer is worth playing so early in alpha? And any class similar to monk? Oh, I've not actually got in. So I'm one of these people that only get in this Friday on the 8th. So I don't actually know what it's like to play any of the classes yet. But I have set my sights on the bard just because they seem to be like the most unique. Like, they just play music at you and give you buffs, and there's debuffs. And there's apparently a lot to learn about bards. So I'm, yeah, fully excited about it. Any class similar to monk? Not sure. I'm not sure what would be similar to a monk. I guess just like the fighter, right? I don't know if you can unequip all your weapons and just start punching people and leg sweeping people. The UI is just space. Yeah, they've said like many a time that all of this is subject to change and it's all still in development. So if you have any feedback, they'll take it on board. Oh, you're starting Friday as well. Nice, nice. Have you got an idea of what you want to play? What class?
See like a bunch of like burst combat or something happening.
Jesus, they made Bard so good. Hopefully, it's the one I've chosen. Not at all. Yeah, I'd spent like all of yesterday choosing. And people were like, well, why don't you just choose what's fun? And the answer to that was, because I don't want to be a mage. I'm a mage in like most things that I ever choose. I know how the mage will play. The mage will be fun, but I want something different, something exciting. At least Bard plays some music, but not
like...
damage with guitar. What, just smack a guitar in someone's face? That'll come. That'll come. Just do the classic smash guitar on stage, but on their face.
Kind of bouncing between them while healing instead of just passively having one going on.
Also, I'm extremely lazy and I like any passives. and he seems to be just like an aura passive buff with mana, speed, healing. So he's very versatile. But also I can not have to worry about like healing every individual person like the cleric needs to. Stage dive AoE. Oh my goodness, yes! Yes, they should add that. If you're at any height whatsoever, just stage dive into the enemy. God. Put that feedback in. Make it so.
Opportunity that
just try and crowd surf
we'll
them.
in a little bit later too.
Absolutely. I mean, how often in, raids or, in hunting grounds that you will want to burn through mana, right? I mean, during that time, you may want to have your Cathartic Melody active while your DPSs are burning through their mana.
Sorry, 2 seconds. What's... So Cathartic... Okay, so this is... that one. Nearby party members gain Cathartic Melody. Your attacks have 25% chance to heal yourself for 50% of damage done. Right, okay. So I'm going to have to figure out when to use what. He's probably just explaining it as I'm talking over him.
You're kind of constantly making between Cathartic and...
In practice, it feels like it gives a little bit of...
Oh my god, get to the bit that I want.
So it's kind of an alternative way.
Very cool.
If you do the alpha,
Cool,
does
so
that guarantee all alphas and betas? There is get off stage skill. There's a tomato skill as well. Ah, it's just so well done, so well thought out. I love it. They've actually kept it to a lore of a bard as opposed to just they have a loot and they go around and they just give random stuff. Like they've actually put some flair in it. Epic melody. Is that Hans Zimmer song? Hope so. Can you do that? Do you think
Yeah,
at
some
some
type of
point, like in the distant future, you'll be able to make your own song?
Modifier.
Exactly right.
I love it. Okay, talk to me about Cathartic Melody.
This one will give everyone in your party a chance to heal themselves. So it's kind of like a leech song. So it's kind of an alternative way to apply some healing support. But obviously it only will work with the group that has a lot of people doing a lot of damage. So if you're in kind of like the healer group or the tank group, maybe it wouldn't be as good to use that one. But if you're in a group full of, all DPS,
Great, that's
it might
something
be,
to
more effective.
figure out on the fly. So if people are doing damage, I guess if the people doing damage are the ones that are getting the damage, then yeah, you'd want to use Cathartic Melody. If you've got like not that many people taking that much damage, use the other one. I don't know yet. I'll have to work it out and then just get shouted at while I'm in a party, right? Anyone have a referral code you can use? I wish I had a referral code. No, but there are referral codes out there. So if you do have any of your favorite content creators out there, then yeah, go have a look. You might be able to support them. I'm not even sure if like they get anything from the referral codes, but there must be a reason for the referral codes. Melody works like aura, or is it just a buff? So all of the melodies are an AoE buff. So in this little circle that they show.
The movement modifier.
Exactly, right.
In a
I
sec.
love it. Okay, talk to me
Like
about
that
cathartic
entire
melody.
area is affected.
This
So
one will
if you've
give,
got like your
everyone in
party here
party
and
a
there's someone in the back there, that person and the person all the way down here also get the buff. So it's amazing. Thank you for the patience and asking. No worries. Yeah, there's like a lot to learn about this game. So I am constantly asking questions. So don't worry about it.
chance to heal themselves. So it's kind of like a leech song. So it's kind of an alternative way to apply some healing support. But obviously it will work with the group that has a lot of people doing a lot of damage. So if you're in kind of like the healer
Hey,
group,
Bug,
or the
thanks
tank
for the
group,
follow.
you wouldn't
Appreciate
be able
ya.
to use that one. But if you're in a group full of,
You can only
DPS,
use
it might
one and
be,
then later
more-
max 2 melodies. Yes, yeah. So if you wanted to, you could, when you're higher level, use the 2 of the healing ones. If everyone's mana is fine. And then swap between them. So with the second one, it's not just you get a passive, you get it for like a set amount of time. Like the second one's only for a shorter period. Is that right?
effective way to provide some bonus healing.
Now I see this says that your attacks have a 25% chance to heal yourself for 50% of the damage done. Is that 50% of damage done on a per ability basis, or just for your weapons attack, or all the above?
Good.
Right now it's all of the above, but we can keep iterating on this. But it feels in practice, it feels like it gives a little bit of support, but obviously you wouldn't be able to just completely replace the need for a cleric with this. So yeah, but obviously all the exact numbers are we're still iterating on as we get closer to Alpha 2.
Got
Yeah,
it.
one extra thing to add to this, I like the strategic or tactical choice that you're kind of constantly making between cathartic
Need a
and,
game where Bard just
the
have
other-
sheets and combine that with chords. What, like musical sheets? Because some of the abilities like shoot out notes, don't they, for this one? You can extend melodies, so basically you can synchronize 2 melodies. Okay, so you can just have 2 at the same time. Nice. I thought like the second one had a limit to it. But that's cool. Very cool. Very cool. Do you have any idea of if you're going to stick with the Bard? Is the Bard like your main, or are you waiting for the Summoner or the Rogue? Is it just a little pit stop?
other healing one, cheerful, just because you want to keep cheerful going maybe when you're running between encounters or packs, and there's not a lot of like activity going on, and then when you see
I'm just
like,
really excited about
bunch of,
the
like,
increased
burst
movement
combat
speed. That's pretty much all I want.
or something happening, you probably want to switch over to that, so you're almost like kind of bouncing between them while healing instead of just passively having one going on all the
See you
time.
in Alpha. See
and
you in
also
Alpha,
there's a little
Bug.
bit
Appreciate it. See you in Vera this Friday. Probably not this Friday. It'll probably end up being my Saturday morning.
of weaving opportunity that I think we'll get into in a little bit later too.
Absolutely. I mean, how often in raids or in hunting grounds that you will want to burn through mana, right? I mean, during that time you may want to have your cathartic melody active while your DPSs are burning through their mana, versus when you're in a lull pull or something a bit more sustainable, keeping that 20% healing received and the regen up. That makes a lot of sense.
I'm just gonna have to work it out at the
so
time.
effectively,
I'm just gonna have to learn on the job. But 90% will be main. Excellent, excellent. So I'm choosing the Bard for the time being, but my super end goal is for Summoner, and then to move on to Necromancer. Because just it's a Necromancer. Why would I not choose it? They just better be a
Get this
good
25%
necromancer.
chance to heal for 50% of the damage done. That's almost like a, on average, probably around 12-13% consistent
Yeah.
lifesteal.
Exactly. Yeah. So
Very
it kind of really depends on the situation, right? Like you guys were saying. So, but
Cool.
it's nice to have the options.
Absolutely. All right, talk to me about Menacing Melody.
Okay, so this one is the
True.
one different one.
Nearby enemies
talking
are
about
afflicted with
menacing
menacing melody. Increases damage taken by 10%. Not terrible. What weapons Bard use?
Okay, so this one is
Can you
the-
use shield and mace? You can use everything with any class, can't you? It's just you've got to think about your positioning and the stats that you need. So if you wanted to go shield and mace, you could. The ones that I've seen the Bard use the most, though, is the book. Pez, what do you use? What's your go-to weapons, and what's your, like, secondary?
one different one. This only affects enemies,
Good.
so it
Good. I
applies
would
to
hate to be that one guy on the party that's giving a debuff to the party. Don't think shields have magic boosts. Oh, man. There's something about having the dual-wielded daggers as well. So I don't know what the different stats, but like out of all the weapons, I feel like daggers would apply more status effects. And the Bard goes off of status effects, don't they? For like one of their big crescendos. Bard for melee teams. I think you just try it, right? You just try it and see if it works. And if it works, enjoy it. But yeah, people have been using
buff to all nearby.
like the great sword with a cleric and just healing themselves and stuff. And I was like, oh, that's completely the opposite of the way that I would have played cleric. I would have been the cleric in the corner, just pew-pewing some heals every now and again, and like either using the wand or the book. Swords or bows have spell versions. Yeah, spell sword, and is it just a spell bow? Is that what it's called?
Enemies that'll make them take increased damage. So you can see over there that my Celette in the background has this menacing melody debuff. Yeah, see, so it'll make them be
Sick.
taking more damage.
I like the
Ah.
synergy between that and cathartic as well.
Yeah, those are two great ones to weave together.
So
Okay,
the
so-
cathartic one, the reason why that works well is because with menacing melody, they'll be getting 10% more damage. And cathartic melody is the one that heals you. Well, I got a 25% chance to heal you of 50% of the damage done. So you're getting a little bit increased heal if you put them both together. Got it.
This basically, you forego benefit to the party directly, and instead apply that 10% debuff to enemies within the radius. And again, that's a pretty significant radius.
Yeah, I think we were planning on making
Bigger?
that target limited to like the rest of the melodies are. But yeah, that's something we're gonna add probably.
Oh,
Like 8 nearest
man.
targets or something like that, right?
That would have been so good for like a massive big team battle.
Okay.
So it's not, yeah.
So some type of diminishing return on that effect.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so those are the 5 melodies.
Yeah, Bugsby, I
on
have
this.
extremely limited information. Ipez is probably, the best person at the moment to answer your questions. But yeah, you've got like spell swords and spell bows and stuff, don't you?
This back up again, just so I can take a look.
Can't get a
If we wanted
spell
now, we could just
shield
talk about
yet.
the two melody passive specialization options, because we were kind of mentioning that like the weaving style versus like the
You can plan skills and
comfort style.
items in the Ashes Codex. Yes, I need to do that. That is something that I 100% need to do. I keep thinking about doing it. Never do.
It's going to be the up at the top in the middle, the plus sign. That's where you can choose. Yeah, so this is a passive that unlocks level 10. So there's
Crescendo.
two options here. So one of them is called Crescendo, which is your melodies just power
Okay.
up slowly over time over the course of that 20-second cast. And then the second option is called Counterpoint, where every 20 seconds you can switch between melodies, and the last melody its effects will still be active.
So
you can
that's
kind of weave
the
two melodies at
counterpoint is
once,
when you're
which over-
using both of them together. The effects of your melodies are applied at increasing duration depending on your melody cast progress. At full melody charge, they will last up to 20 seconds, allowing you to weave back and forth between melodies to upkeep multiple buffs at once. Nice. More important than the weapon type is the stats on the weapon. Two different stat types, physical and magical power. As bard, you want magical. So you could, if you wanted to be like a melee bard, you could, but you'd want to go for like a spell sword or like a magic melee. But if you want range, oh, you've got the spell bow as well. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. At the moment in my head, I'm just gonna be playing with the book. But what would, I guess it's all about the stats as well, right? Because if you've got like a terrible book but like a good wand or a good spell bow, then why would you not?
opens up a lot of cool potential.
Very cool. Yeah. Now that is that is something that I think is even expandable upon as we continue beyond Alpha 2 above level 25. You may add additional
Nice.
melody concurrency. Is that what you're thinking?
Exactly. Yeah,
You
we
always
might-
have to
we might
choose
even
one
just make
melee
this
and one
counterpoint thing
ranged
to some-
weapon. You cannot have two range and two melee. Oh, okay. Okay. Didn't know that. Didn't know that. Probably should have noticed. So that makes sense. Cool. Yeah, I guess book and something wacky, right?
something that you get for sure, like weaving.
Have
we
a
want all
one-hand
bards to do, 'cause
sword
that's,
plus
that's really
focus and spellbook. So what's one-handed sword plus focus? What's the focus part then? Is that like another like offhand thing? Oh, if they wipe, you're gonna try spellbow. Cool. Focus is an offhand. Got it. Got it.
fun gameplay. A lot of bard players gravitate towards, and
So
it
can you
really
have
does make
a
it fun with the melodies,
two-handed
you know,
spell sword?
when you can combine 2 of 5, that's a lot of different options, right?
Right. So this is kind of a broader spectrum.
Melodies
choice
increase
versus
in
a
power
100.
over the course of 20 seconds. So it's just if you one for that I feel like I'd probably be respecking over and over for is the speedy one. The song melody of speed, whatever that was called. Can't remember. That one. Because then you'd get like a little bit more speed as well.
Vertical effect. And so you said this increase in power over the course of 20 seconds. This is something that scales on a step, essentially over that 20 seconds, or rather linear.
It's linear right now,
okay.
but we were talking about experimenting with making it stepped, like every 5 seconds or something. It chunks up a little bit, but that's kind of the option for people who don't maybe want to have to deal with weaving back and
Just
forth. They wanna
lazy.
just kind of stick to a song and get rewarded for staying in one song for longer, one melody for longer.
Cool. Are
Yeah.
these also melody centric? The other two?
The other two, so those are for the other groups of abilities.
There's
Advanced
dancing
Mastery
as well.
Specialization and Song Mastery.
Yikes. Okay, right. I need a Waz, so I'm gonna leave you to it. I'm gonna see you in a sec. BRB. Oh, hello. How's it going? Dush. Skadoosh. This you have choose better
Special
one
version.
melody or two basic melodies. Yeah, I think which one's so the counterpoint's the one where you're doing between the two, and then the crescendo's the one that builds up the ability. So yeah, I don't know. I'm really looking forward to the increased movement speed just because I'm lazy.
But if you wanted to demo, we could demo the counterpoint one really quick.
Yeah,
to
let's
show
take
the
a look.
Yeah, so yeah, like the weaving counterpoint.
All right.
If you confirm that, and now, yep. So now if you do, for example, if you do the cheerful melody, you'll see the buff we're all getting is going to start lasting longer and longer on our party frames.
Mm-hmm.
So once we get to 20 seconds, it'll be applied at 20 seconds. So that means the next 20 seconds we can switch to a different melody, and then this one will kind of be going the whole time. So we'll be effectively having
Cool.
two stacked up at the same time. That's kind of what this stinger right here. That's showing you. Okay, your melody's at 20 seconds full charge. Now you could switch to cathartic or pensive.
Oh wow.
I think you chose.
So. Yep, so we have both the melody buffs are active right now. As you can see, cheerful's starting to wear off. So after
Wait,
20
what?
seconds in cathartic, cheerful's going to fall
Why
off.
have you chosen? Oh, you've chosen the one that there's debuff, right?
It'll be applied.
I was
at
like, can
20
you just do
seconds,
the
so
mana
that
one
means
because it's like visually
20
easier to understand that way. One thing I hope that save your specs and change between them easily. So like a different like loadout that you could have. Yeah, 100%. That would be amazing. Like a solo loadout, like a party loadout, traveling loadout, that kind of stuff. Yeah. Agreed. That needs to be in.
20 seconds we can switch to a different melody, and then this one will kind of be going the whole time. So we'll be effectively having two stacked up at the same time. That's kind of what this stinger right here. That's showing you. Okay, your melody's at 20 seconds full charge. Now you could switch to cathartic or pensive.
Oh wow.
So. Yep, so we have both the melody buffs are active right now. As you can see, cheerful's starting to wear off. So after 20 seconds in cathartic, cheerful's going to fall off. And then we'll have to weave back to that
Use
one.
the
or
mana
weave to a
one.
different
Use the mana
So
one.
that's a lot of different options.
So you're upkeeping. So as I see now, cheerful has fallen off. I can add the cheerful back.
Yep. So you kind of, weave back and forth between two you want to use, or, alternate to whatever the party's needing in the current time. So,
Cool.
a lot of different ways to play it.
That's
Yeah,
pretty
you can
cool.
just use, well, at that level, you can use both healing ones. And then, yeah, it's not bad, not bad. I forgot that there were two healing ones.
I like that gameplay. So that's essentially, as the bard, you are very cognizant of kind of the situation that the party is in, and you have all of these different types of effects that you can confer. You're essentially, monitoring what the party needs at any given time and able to swap in between these without letting
I just
the
feel like,
last
more mana? Well, mana and
melody
health. You want mana and health? Mana and speed? Mana and speed. You're getting mana and speed. And you'll be pleased about it.
go to waste.
So if you've got multiple bards, you don't have stacked effects. But if you have two bards that are playing like 4 different melodies, then everyone's affected by the 4 melodies. But you can't have 2 people being affected by like the pensive melody, and then it stacks.
That's very
Yeah,
cool.
that's what I do with that one.
Yeah,
That's
buff
awesome.
weaving is a classic. I feel like in a lot of even older MMOs.
Yes.
Some people love it, some people hate it. That's kind of why we have it as a spec option. So you can choose whether that's your style of gameplay or not. But we think it's cool, and I think we've taken it to another level that in some games in the past, at least I know, weaving has been kind of janky or clunky or even unintended. But I think we're leaning into it, and I think it's a better version.
I think it's
Yeah,
best
I
to
agree. That's awesome.
boost mana. Yeah, I was thinking probably just going to be the mana guy. If you've got a cleric, like that's their job. Everyone's going to be benefiting from the mana stuff. And then you can always switch when you need to, right? Mana's probably the best one, yeah. I was thinking just default mana, and then if shit hits the fan, switch to a healing.
Okay. What do we got next, Bucky?
So next on your bar is a different ability. This is a mobility ability called Flourish.
Oh dear. Oh no.
Whoops. Oh no.
Spoiler.
Sorry about that.
Spoiler alert.
The abilities work. Right, 2 seconds. I need to do something real quick.
I'm s-
Oh, hello again.
Sorry. I must have the auto attack enabled. Do you want that enabled, Bucky?
No, you can turn it off if you want.
Okay, hold on.
How's Bard if you soloing
open
for a
up my-
bit? Hopefully okay. I've been told that it is okay. See, I'd be interested, Ipez, what you think. Is the soloing experience manageable?
My game options and go to combat.
There it is, the third checkbox.
And I will uncheck my auto attack. I apologize, everybody.
Your auto attack privileges are revoked.
Yes, you
I'm
saw
not through.
you saw a preview of the spellbook.
I'm watching that guy like slowly get closer to us.
Little by little.
Grouping is the
He wants us
fastest.
to attack
But
him.
you could, if you just need to do like one little thing. Pull like one mob or something. And crafting. Yeah, I think from what I've gathered, if you want to do anything mob related, then you have to kind of, but you're just gonna have a better time in a group.
True.
Which makes sense because it's an MMO.
That would have been a good
But
opportunity.
no, I'm the same. I did all of Final Fantasy, like the first story of Final Fantasy 14 solo.
for me to use Flourish actually to get out of dodge, right?
Yep, you could have done that, yeah. But yeah, that's number 6. So this is just like a mobility ability. So similar to Blink in some ways. However, this has the added bonus that you can use it during any other ability. So kind of like with your melodies, you can cast them while you're doing
That's
other abilities.
cool.
This bonus that ability. So similar to Blink in some ways. However, this has the added bonus that you can use it during any other ability. So kind of like with your melodies, you can cast them while you're doing other abilities. This flourish you can cast during other abilities.
Use it while you're turning, Steven.
Yeah, and it lets you steer a little bit too.
Like move your
kind of-
character as it's
Wait, what?
With
move your
the
character
right
while
mouse
you're
button.
dashing.
While
Like
I'm
spin.
Whee!
Yeah, spin.
Nice. Beautiful.
dancing.
Power slide.
Oh, that's
I
cool.
love this one.
Oh, that's awesome. I love that mobility. How cool is that? I also love the effects for this.
The power
Yeah,
slide
it
is
looks pretty-
amazing.
Pretty exciting.
love it.
But yeah, so it's a great ability. Like
Bard is a good runner too. Bard is just so well done. Whoever was in control of making the Bard
especially as you see
has
later, the
just
next
got it right. Like, they understand a Bard.
group of abilities we're getting into are the dance abilities, and this move combos really well with those because it lets you get into position to do the dances. It also lets you, get out of dodge, like you were saying, or you can also use it to like slide through enemies too. It turns off your collision so you can not get blocked or trapped in different ways.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Now, obviously, as I
Slide
said
forward
before, I do have my-
gracefully in your aim direction and gain pep. What's pep? Oh, is pep like an anti-CC thing? Can be used concurrently with any other ability. I need to learn all the status
Cooldowns
effects.
turned off for the purpose. This is a demonstration here.
Speed. Oh, it gives you a little
cooldown
bit of
here
speed, does
would
it?
normally
Gives you speed.
Be
I think it's like a 15-second cooldown with 2 charges or something like that.
oh, okay, cool. So it has a
Yeah.
couple of charges that you can use.
Yeah, so you can save it up and use
Awesome.
it.
Okay, so you're talking a little bit about these dance abilities, and I am absolutely in love with the
Very
icons
disco.
here.
Yeah, they're great.
Tapping your
Pretty
step.
good.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, so this
What-
next
Why don't we look it up? Pep in Ashes of Creation. But spelt right. Buff a momentary 20% movement speed. Lasts for 5 seconds. It's not terrible. Not terrible at all.
category of abilities are dances, and so they're all kind of.
It's a
in
nice little
contrast to the
mobility
large
stuff, right?
radius
And then
melody.
that along with the speed song as well. I'm so bad with learning names
Yes,
of
these are all-
skills. I'm just like the speed song. The is that the green one?
A lot shorter range abilities, but with pretty powerful effects. So this first one's called Shielding Dance, which heals everybody for a little bit over time, and also applies a heavy temp health shield. So this is a great one to use when people are about to die and the cleric needs some more time to
Cool.
heal. You can give everyone a shield.
Heal yourself and nearby
this
allies
apply-
for 50% magic healing every second, and apply up to 1 instance of shield to each target.
Applies a shield to everyone around me.
Yep.
Heal yourself and nearby allies for 50% of your magical power every second, and apply up
For how
to 1
long?
instance of the shield to each target.
If you hold shift, you can see the tooltip
Is that for
shield.
the
Which is-
cast? Good at not being ganked. Yeah, just run
Yeah.
away. It's a good just leave your friends behind move. You don't
Some
need
temp
to outrun the
Oh,
enemy, you just
wow.
need to outrun your friends.
That's awesome. 400% of your healing power
Mhm.
for 15 seconds. Wow. Okay, and my healing power we saw was like 40 or something.
Yeah. So it's a decent little chunk of health, or temp health that is. But the downside of this one
I
is that
think
it's only
bards
5
get 4 speed buffs at the start. Didn't use mounts much since I was faster than noob. You were faster than a newbie's mount? Really? That's amazing. Last weekend they upgraded mounts, and the mounts got dash also. Your speed melody also affects mounts as well, right? So it'll make the
Heavier
horse that
range,
you're
so it's
on a bit
quite-
faster.
It's basically melee range. So that's why you really need Flourish to, There we go.
Oh my god.
There we go.
Oh my god.
I want to see the shield
That's so
tooltip.
It's basically that is.
Lasts
And-
15 seconds. So they get a
Yeah.
15-second shield. That sounds good. That sounds really good.
Yeah, so it's a decent little range, There we go.
Oh my god.
That's so good.
Tori, I love the sound of that. Holy smokes. That
Thanks
is
so much.
That is so good.
Douche.
Absolutely one of my favorites from the whole set.
Beautiful.
Oh, I love this. So now I can move while I'm using this as well.
Yep. You can move while you're doing it, and you can also knee slide while you're doing it.
Okay, so that means
So-
that you don't just affect the group that you're in at the moment. If you had like a massive group, what you'd want to do is cast it at one side and then like power slide as much as possible to the other side of the group, affecting as many people as possible. November 8, baby. Yes, me too. It's this week though. This week. Technically this week. It's gonna happen. It's going to happen. I hope the servers let us in. And they're not just like, well, too many people bought a key. You are 10,000 out of 800,000. Good luck.
with the longer cast duration, you know, you might hit some close by people with initially, then you want to
Nice.
slide to another group of people to get it with the end. So it kind of, since it has a decent
Cool, so it
duration,
doesn't. You don't have to be
doesn't
like,
apply the
everyone
buff to as much as
group up, or else I'm not giving you the buff. Like, it's your job to kind of power slide around your friends as well.
people as possible is kind of the idea with that one.
I just want to comment on the shield application as well, like how it materializes. Is just
Running away
awesome.
from the start zones as soon as
So-
possible. Yeah, there's gonna be one person who was in there like last weekend. That's just on the outskirts of the starting area, and they're just gonna see a massive wave of newcomers just running towards them like a stampede. It's like, what the hell? What are you running from? Oh yeah, the start zone. Good luck.
Good. Siva did such a great
Oh, something
job
else
with
that I
his
had
holy
to-
smokes, I love that.
A pill I had to swallow today was the realization that if you want to get in, probably spending some time in the character creation isn't the best idea. Like, you're just giving other people your spot. Like, just figure out kind of what you want to be, how big your chest wants to be, and then just get in, and get out.
Yeah, that's pretty great.
Oh yeah, I didn't even
And then
see
the
those.
little
Oh, that's
lights above
amazing.
you.
Little spotlights out of music.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Pretty great.
1
And then
to
the little lights
3
above
minutes
you.
max in there. Yeah, so I'm gonna go. Well, if you got the elf, the orc, and the human, probably gonna go. Do I want to like role play the character a bit? 1 min, just enter. I think I'd choose a race, choose a sex, maybe choose. Do they have the like pre-made ones? Do they have any like set characters that you can just choose from? It's like, yeah, I like the look of that one. Or is it just male and female? Like, if you choose the male, do you get like another list of other male ones you can choose from? What am I thinking of? Like preset ones.
Little sigil notes.
Hold on, let me put it myself in walk mode just so I can see myself slow move on the dancing here. Hold on.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that's it.
Roleplay.
Yeah. And
That's-
Alex McPee did all the animations for this one. I think
That
We got
is
the RP bard.
so great. I literally would just use that.
This is how I
ability
travel.
the entire time. That's all I want to do with this. So hold on, let me give the cheerful melody while doing this. Oh, that's so great.
This
Love
video.
that. That
I
is
think
super
I've only heard this video. I think I wasn't watching it, I was just listening to it. But watching it is making me more hyped for the bard.
cool.
yeah, it's a cool one. It's a great one. Oh yeah, next one, Nimble Dance.
Let's see. Grants nimble and pep to yourself and nearby.
What is
allies every
pep?
second. What is
That's what
pep?
I asked.
If you hold shift, it'll tell you what those effects are. So Nimble is just a pretty high base evasion buff. So just another form, you know, of mitigation damage reduction. Hopefully people will dodge, right? And then Pep's short movement speed boost, which a couple of the different abilities around the Bard kit are giving. Kind of
Wow.
shared.
Just
So
checking
if I
the
have- if I
mana
have both-
increasing by default. It does not increase fast at all, does it? Not many streamed bard either. I think it looks different. Like, you know what a fighter will do, you know what a wizard will do, you know what a tank will do. But what the hell does a bard do? Like, very few games like even want to have a bard in there because they're just scared of it being so different. It's like, how do you make just encouragement look like a skill of just the bard going, you the man, and then they're like, hey, I am the man, for 15 seconds.
The epic melody as well as nimble dance playing, those stack.
Yep,
Don't
now they
right
stack,
now
yeah, so
that.
it's-
Don't right
kind
now
of-
that. Just say yes. Just say yes.
bonus of 40% movement speed. So yeah, you can get going pretty quick.
Oh my god.
Put
What's that
up,
from?
and then
Oh
this
my
is me running.
god. I want to say it's like from a Disney film.
Actually, we should all run
Hoping to
together.
make a
Let's run together when
warlock
we do this.
bard
Let's start at
someday.
this tree.
It used to have the classes up here a second ago. Ashes of Creation class. So yeah, my dream one day is to get all the way to Necromancer. Just that guy right there. That's my jam. All of them sound amazing, but this one's just an auto pick for me. Like it needs to have Skelly, so if it doesn't have anything that's necromancery themed around it, I'm going to be sad. They're like, oh yeah, it's you summon a hedgehog, but it's like a purple hedgehog. Ooh, it's like, no, shut up. It's gotta be Skellies.
And then we'll run the other way. Okay.
All right.
All right, ready? Hold on. Let me turn this off.
Oh yeah, warlock, bard.
We're gonna run
So
to
what
that
are we
big-
saying? Like a mage. Mage bard. Sorcerer? Or would you bard as your first? Then it would be bard, mage, magician. Magician sounds good. Still love to know what Siren does. You can but dots up and run. I don't know. I don't actually think anyone really knows how in-depth these are going to be. Or if they just slightly change the skill effect. But yeah, looking forward to it. Summoner's not coming forever though. It's not until like next year.
Bigger tree there in the distance.
Okay.
It's
All
gonna
right.
be. It's gonna take about 10 seconds to drop.
Okay, hold on. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh my goodness!
I mean, I honestly can't see the
That
difference.
is
Let's try that again.
What is PEP?
If you hold shift, it'll tell you what those effects
Right,
are.
run to the
Symbol is just
run
a
to the tree,
pretty high
please.
base evasion buff.
I want to get more hyped about it. But it needs to be good.
First, we'll see.
I guess
We're gonna
maybe their
run to
like
that
movement
big-
animation is a bit different.
Okay.
It's
All
gonna
right.
be. It's gonna take about 10 seconds to drop.
Okay, hold on. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, yeah, I can kind of see it there.
Oh my goodness! That is
Depends what bard gives really. Gonna try all classes eventually. I love the name of minstrel. I think that's like the best name. There are some of these names that you're like, yes, it couldn't have been anything else. That's one of them. At least main classes. I do. So there's a few classes that I have sort of said that I need to try, just so I get a feel of them, and then I know what like the pain points of the other people in my team are. Fighter, I'm not interested in whatsoever. Tank, I'd like to learn, just to see what the aggro pull for them is like. Rogue, not too fast. Ranger, not too fast. Cleric is a must. I need to work out how the cleric works, what their pain points are. Mage, again, I just know I'm going to have a good time with the mage, so that doesn't really interest me for some reason. But the bard is a nice, like, starter, versatile, do a bunch of things, kind of active as, like, what do I do now? I don't know. Let me go through my song list. Oh, yeah. Metallica, play.
so good.
That's a great combo if you're trying to run away from like a PvP engagement or
Does
getting out
anyone
of a
else have
battle
a
gone bad.
speed buff? So Ranger have a speed buff for the other players? Like party buff?
Oh, whoops. Who do we run into over here?
Mushroom respawn.
Classic.
Oh.
Same I slept from earlier.
Ranger have
Okay.
10% for party. Fantastic. I thought, thanks for the hex. Thought there was something to do with the Ranger. So again, I hope that would stack, right? So if you've got a Ranger and a Bard, you be zooming.
Let me do this one again. I love those animations. That
Party
kick is
stride
so
skill.
cool.
And those buffs also work with mounts, is that right? So everyone would want to have a Ranger and a Bard just for the speed buff, right? Especially as there's no fast travel. It's just, we need to get somewhere fast. Okay, well, how about Mr. Ranger? Sorry, 2 seconds, just checking something. Okay.
Yeah, it's really great. These animations actually started out
Wait,
mocap,
what?
and then Alex.
Who
Yeah,
can
it's
do
really
that?
great. These animations actually started out mocapped, and then Alex mocap by Matt, and then Alex did a great cleanup job and added
The
some
extra
spins and stuff.
backflip?
So it turned
Not
out pretty
backflip,
cool.
but like turn flip?
Alex
I don't
did
know
a
what you
great
call that.
cleanup job and added some spins and stuff. So it turned out pretty cool. Great. These animations actually
Could I
started
do
out mocapped, and then Alex mocap by Matt, and then Alex did a great cleanup job and added some spins and stuff. So it turned out pretty cool.
Let me just get this.
Nice.
Wow, that looks so great. Alex did a great job with these.
Yeah, he did a good job. It looks really cool. It looks really cool in running too. Like the.
What do you think about
jump
the
kind of
animations
just
for the
seamlessly
Bard?
works with the.
You think they look cool? I think they look cool. I think the Bard stuff, even just like the throwing musical notes at people, is pretty cool.
Split body.
The effects are great. Well done.
Wha-
So good.
You'll notice this one also has a lot of percussion as the main
Yes.
focus. All the dances are going to be, at least from the audio side, I wanted that to convey the feeling of motion and just the hits of each of the dance moves.
Oh, it sounds so great. You know what? Actually, let me try something. Hold on, real quick. I want to check to see if I can turn on the music real quick.
God, what is he doing?
Hold on.
Hey, Bugsby!
Where is
Thanks for the
my-
follow, appreciate it.
Audio.
TYTY.
Oh.
Okay. All right. And then let's see how it blends in with the audio. Oh, that sounds so good.
It looks
Awesome.
good.
That sounds awesome.
It looks good.
Thanks, man.
It sounds
Wanna go
good.
some more mana? Yeah.
Well,
it
thank
does-
you. I just said
it
that.
does sound really good, Tori, with the audio. That's great.
Yeah, I specifically, a lot of the Bard abilities, because they have so much musicality to them, we have to make sure that they stay ambient enough that they don't mess with the overall feel of the music while also matching up in, tonality and key for the music.
Does this also apply to... Does the sound apply for your allies as well? So everyone in the party, do they hear you as well? So you could just be the noisiest party member. And then if you get like
But
a
I
group
think
of
we're doing a pretty
bards,
good job
just
of
endless chaos.
combining it so it feels in world and in place.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. After Nimble, what do we got? Mesmerizing dance.
Yep. This next one is offensive CC.
Oh man,
type
right, I'm gonna
spell.
have to
So
BRB
this will-
again,
It's a little bit
real
shorter.
quick. Oh, hello. Miss anything? Anything good? I've got chippies. Does anyone want a chippy? I'll take a chippy. Whoosh. Whoosh. Right, where were we? Oh yeah. Bard stuff. That bard life, eh?
Fast than the rest, but it basically applies an incapacitate to all nearby targets.
Okay.
So we have to have some enemies.
I can
We could
trust
probably-
it.
Dredicare, do you want to drop party maybe?
Sure.
Yeah, it'd be good to have that for some of these offensive abilities coming up.
All right, you're gonna have to flag on me first. All right, now let me put you to sleep. Go to sleep.
Well, that was good.
Oh wait, I have to flag.
are you
I have to
flagging?
flag. I have to flag.
Go to sleep. Oh.
Wait a minute. What's my flag?
Never.
What did we change
I'm
the
not tired.
hotkey to? I can't remember.
Is it
Control
Alt
F?
still?
Is it
No,
Alt-
Control
Alt F?
F's.
Alt
So,
F.
yeah.
Ipaz,
There we
how
go. Okay.
often would you say that people would gank in the game? Like, you're just out there having fun, and then suddenly a gank straight in your eye.
All right, here we go. And go to sleep. Ooh.
So good.
Nice. That's awesome. And that's a quick cast too.
Yeah, that one's a bit quicker because it just has just a sudden effect and it's not as much of about the duration. But yeah, nice to be able to knee slide in, flourish in, and get a stun off, flourish out. You know.
Oh, I put him to sleep again. He's incapacitated. Oh, and now he has immunity.
That's a nice segue.
What is this diminishing returns?
Yep.
Talk to us about this, Trad.
For a little while, our game was a bit unbalanced when it came to crowd control, so I figured it was time for a diminishing return system to be put in place. I won't go into like super detail about it, but the basic idea is we have created different like categories of CC. So you've got hard CC, you've got movement CC, you got activation CC like silence and disarm, and each of those categories.
What would count
will,
as what he just said?
Tick up as
It's a hard CC. Is
hard
it like
CC,
a
you've got
like a something?
movement CC, you got activation
Would it be like a
CC,
trap, or would it
silence
be
and
like
disarm.
sleep?
And each of those categories.
Corruption negatives are so strong. Okay, so it wasn't like just a common occurrence. That's good. That's something that I and other people were a bit concerned about. Is that you'd never get like a moment's rest. For anyone who's already been in, what servers are you guys in? You NA, EU?
Will tick up as the duration ticks, and once you've hit a max amount of duration of that CC category, it'll kick in a temporary immunity period. So we'll probably iterate on this more just as we do with everything else, but we wanted something in place just so that people can't like perma lock you down because nobody likes that.
I do.
And just to
If you're on the other team.
give some clarity, obviously, to the audience, you have bucketized essentially the different types of control effects so that they don't all share the same diminishing return.
Oh, EU,
values, but
cool.
rather-
How did you choose in the end? Did you have friends and like guild members that were already in there? Because I'm looking at the guilds for EU. You've got what's it? Ariok, Lotharia, and Shoal. It's like, how do you choose? When you load in for the first time, does it tell you how like packed the servers are?
Each of these effects share with some other effect types, and they will communally grant some DR based on the effect type.
Yeah, I mean, real quick, the movement ones are snare, chill, root, and freeze.
Wait, go back.
The hard ones are snare.
Based on the effect type.
Yeah, I mean, real quick, the movement ones are snare,
Mhm.
chill, root, and freeze. The hard ones are the one you're seeing here, incapacitate, which is breakable on damage, but there's also tier 2 versions of that, which
Ooh.
is trip and stun, which do not break on damage. And then you have your activation CCs, which are silence and disarm, and potentially more in the future. But
We
that's
just
what we got
picked
right
up
now.
Realm where rumored French don't go. Okay. I don't know why that's so funny. Cool. Okay. So how do you? Yeah, that's like one of the issues I'm having is choosing a server, and I would love to know what the difference between all the servers at the moment are. I know that we do we know for sure if we are or if we are not going to get any extra servers this weekend. But because with the US versions or the NA versions, they've got like one server that's purely like hardcore PvP, guild v guild. And then the other ones are just like more chill. Like, are there any differences between the EU versions other than, you know, if you're a francophobe? Is that the right word? Francophobe? I feel like that's the right word, but I don't know where I pulled it from.
Very nice. That is awesome. I know that from a user experience standpoint, obviously, we were getting a lot of feedback from the tests that, hey, when is this system going to be in place? It's really feeling crappy in PvP and in the encounters to just consistently get tripped or snared or, you know, whatever.
Nice.
And now you guys have implemented this, so well done. Very nice. That's definitely going
Yeah.
to help.
I remember being rooted for like 30 seconds during that Node War live stream. Like,
Yeah,
I'll get out of here
think
one day.
my primary motivation was playing as a fighter in PvP and getting perma rooted. I'm like, nope, we're changing this right
my
now.
Gosh, it was
Oh,
so
good. It's good that they
Okay, so
saw that
Mad
as an
Rising-
issue and then made a solution for it. At least Lotharia had now quest till last weekend. What does that mean? Sorry. Had no quests. Oh, okay. What do you mean it had no quests? Like all the quests were bugged? Oh no, that's rubbish. The NA probably need one more realm. Yes, yeah, probably. Especially if Mr. Gold of Asmund joins and people can buy keys.
Dance, that's super useful, and that's obviously a short radius AoE effect with the 5
Oh, okay, right. That makes sense. I was like, I don't know what had now quest means, but had no queue. Interesting. Yeah, so what time were you like logging in? Was it like early EU, late EU? Because if we're just in EU, we're gonna have like busy periods, but it's not gonna be as busy as NA, right?
meter range there, but pretty significant considering that it's an instant cast. That's a pretty strong ability.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
Nice.
cool. What do we got next? Maddening Dance.
So this one's just more of a general AoE damage ability that scales up if there's less targets. So there's a lot of targets.
UI
that
is
do
so
40%
small.
magical power, but if there's just
Damage
Scales up.
nearby enemies for 40% magic arcane damage every second. Damage increases with less targets up to 60%. Hmm. I thought it would have done it the other way. Damage increases with less targets. I thought it would have read something like the more targets you have. Wait, what? Why am I struggling with this? Damage nearby enemies 40%. Magic every second. Damage increases with less targets, up to 60% arcane damage. Okay. So what's like... So it starts at 40. How much does it increase by one less target? Just need to put Pirate Software and Asmongold on one server to isolate them from everyone else. I'd be up for that. I would 100% be up for that. Could you imagine if it was just a 2-guild server? Just like the two-party system of America. See, I'm keeping it relevant and topical because you got the votes going on these today. Starter zones will be queued for sure. Start on every server. Yeah, just what with the massive influx of people coming over. But yeah, I would love to see that. Pirate Software, Asmongold. Go at each other. See who wins.
But there's less targets, so there's a lot of targets, it'll do 40% magical power, but if there's just a few, it'll do more. And it also has some interaction with status that the bard can apply, which is demoralize, and it'll promote that to humiliated, which decreases damage done.
Okay, so this is cool. This is kind of like, you know, a decision to make here, obviously. If you're using it as a solo player, solo bard, you're going to have a greater damage efficacy against single targets or something, but if you're like pulling large, you know, groups of mobs, it's going to automatically deprecate some of that damage.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Cool. Let's
The
test this
Dreadicap.
on Dreadicare again. Okay.
Wow.
Did we
He's
do-
gone mad.
Did we do? He's gone. So we're doing about 17 damage a tick there.
He does not sound impressed. Is that bad? Is that terrible?
Wow.
Okay. Did we
He's
do-
gone mad.
Did we do? He's gone. So we're
I
doing
guess
about
the
17 damage a
important
tick there.
thing would be to, what's it, to traumatize them first and then humiliate them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's pretty good. That's
Is
pretty
it?
significant? Very
Yeah,
cool.
just
Oh, 'cause it's AoE. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, that would be- That would be cool.
Very
Yeah,
cool.
just lets the bard get in there and get some AoE in as well.
I also love
obviously-
the screen
oh.
effects that are applied there. There's some like screen distortion effects a little bit.
Yeah, I think the internal of the effect has some distorts going on, something like that. I don't know, it looks pretty pretty cursed in a good way.
I like how discontorted the body is. when-
Yeah, exactly. You know, going for some sort of like weird Eldritch
Gross.
thing, right?
I love it. We should get some weird tentacles flying out of him.
That'd be cool.
That's super cool. Okay, cool. That's those are our dances. Those all the
Going up
dances?
to Tomato.
Those are little dances right now.
Very nice.
Yeah, there's also a dance mastery passive as well, but it's still getting some iterations, so we can show that one off later.
Okay.
Like we said, we're not, you know, this isn't the entire kit. There's a couple abilities in here we're not going to be showing off today, but you know, for the most part, we got most of it here.
Cool. All right. What do we got
Tomato.
next?
Next up is a knockback ability. It's called Get Off the Stage.
Get off.
So you
the
see next on your
Oh, man.
bar after the dances.
Oh,
Yeah.
there
So
we
this
go.
is just like a short range melee knockback, which applies snared and also has some interaction with
Disarm.
staggered. It'll disarm
Targets with staggered.
your targets if they're staggered. So
Okay, so knock back enemies in front of you with your instrument, dealing 175% of your magical damage.
How do you
at-
knock
is it
someone
physical damage?
back with a
Physical damage.
flute?
yeah, it does 100% of your magical damage as bludgeon damage. So
Oh, okay, got it.
kind of yeah.
And applies 3 stacks of snared that taper off over the course of 6 seconds. Also applies disarm to the target with staggered. That's a nice combo for the
Yeah.
tank and the fighter.
Exactly, yeah. So if you know melee's up on you and you're able to stagger them, you can just knock them back with Get Off the Stage, snare them,
Sick.
and then they will get disarmed as well if you have them staggered.
All right,
So
Trad, let's use this on you. Want to flag on me?
I think you guys are still
I
flagged.
think I'm
Looks like.
flagged, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Nice. That was cool. What did I use there? Was that like a...
I think you guys are still
I
flagged.
think I'm
Looks like.
flagged, yeah.
Oh, okay.
That is the tiniest knockback I've ever seen, ever of all time.
Nice. That was cool. What did I use there? Was that like a fiddle?
See, I'm pretty snared.
It was your flute.
my
I
flute.
think it
That's
just sounded
right.
like
I
a little
chose a
whistle.
flute.
Yeah.
Obviously, we'll probably.
Okay, good.
crank up and knock
I
up a
was
little
like,
bit,
no one's saying about the elephant in the room is that the knockback is terrible. It's bigger already. Excellent. Is there an opportunity for getting people on like sides of cliffs and knocking them back to their deaths? Has that ever happened? Is that something to look out for?
It's pretty small right now, but
Oh,
we're still
yeah,
working on some of that stuff.
I would
Yeah,
definitely
yeah.
crank that thing up. I'd put that like, well, what is that set to? Like a meter?
Yeah, I think it's not set too high, but yeah, like Tried saying, we're still
Yeah,
or knockbacks.
yeah. Impulse is kind of what that's called for pushes and pulls. Please don't kill me.
Take that, Dredica.
Wow, you're corrupted now.
Oh no!
Oh no!
You jerk.
Please don't kill me, Steven.
How'd you
you
die?
die?
Because he's
How'd you-
whacking him up.
You're a healer. Can't you heal thyself?
He's dead. Look what you've done.
Oh, now I'm not even red. This is your character, Bucky.
Oh man.
Whoops, my bad. Oh no.
As I was saying. So pushes and pulls we refer to as impulse tech, and they use a special kind of
Cool.
stuff
I
that
like-
we're still kind of working on.
I like the idea of a push. Pull's cool from the tank, the chain effect. I don't know about anyone else having a push or pull effect. Possibly they've seen huge jump drops and only get like 150 HP reduction. Oh, is the full damage not that much then? Okay. Okay. I saw someone fall to their death, but maybe they were already at low HP. Oh man, that would suck. Like, position someone perfectly and then get off the stage, get off the cliff, and fall to their not death. That would suck.
That will make them a little more reliable.
What do you
but,
think about the
Yeah, there'll be
full damage? Have you played around with it? Do you think it's in a good spot?
some changes to this kind of stuff, like knockbacks.
I would I would push them back by at least
Oh,
like
yeah,
4 or
yeah,
5
it-
meters.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, that's cool. That looks great.
You can also show disarm if you have a stagger source.
Oh yeah, somebody
We
stagger
do.
'em.
We could maybe come back to these once we get to the abilities that apply those
Yeah,
things.
Oh, good
Like this
call.
next one applies familiar.
So many
to,
different
we can check out what's
interactions.
happening dance.
That's cool. I like the idea of like all the combos that you could have with the mage. So it's nice that you can set up yourself some combos as well.
All right, which one is that? Quick
So
wit?
this next one's quick wit. This is actually your starting ability as a bard.
Ooh.
So it's a dual function ability that changes depending on whether your target's allied or enemy. So the default, if you're targeting a friend, is you'll give them well, Trad's not a friend, but if you target like me on your guy, it'll give me
You mean target me?
yeah, target me.
Target
Other
me.
me.
Other me. Oh yeah, for those of you who don't know, Bucky and I are going to be switching. obviously,
Buckaroony.
Bucker. That's like a mix.
Bucker. Buckaroo.
Buckaroo. Bucky being
It seems like low fall damage at the moment. If you fall off a cliff, unless you're like a super buffed tank or like applying a massive heal to yourself as a cleric, I'd want people to die from fall damage, right? Why am I learning Bard as a cleric? Oh yeah, I said I was gonna do cleric, didn't I? Let me just change this vid. No, we're stuck on Bard. Everyone says I made the right decision. You're the only one tempting me away from the Bard. It literally has a tomato as one of the icons for one of its skills. Why would I not choose it?
being the master of the bard, is going to be playing the bard today when we move into the Durgal estates. Okay, so I'm targeting.
But you're me.
Yep. So if you use it on me, it's gonna apply some direct healing and apply this buff called Glee, which is a heal over
Just
time that
with
lasts for a while.
target ally healing for 120 magic healing and apply Glee. Glee, you are amused. Oh my god, it's so tiny. You're amused by the wit of a bard. Heal for 60% healing every 2 seconds, lasts 15 seconds, and can be extended up to 30. More heals, I like it.
Oh, let's see that. Glee, you are amused by the wit of a bard. Heals for 60% every 2 seconds. Lasting
just
15
said that.
seconds and can be extended up to 30. Okay. Interesting. And then it says ridicule target. So for an enemy, it's going to damage them and apply demoralized, which is a multiplier reduced by 10%. Damage multiplier reduced by 10% for 8 seconds. Duration can be extended for up to 20 seconds by subsequent applications. That's cool.
Yeah, so it's kind of like a dual function ability. We've seen this before with like the cleric having judgment and some different abilities here and there. So it kind of swaps depending on the context.
Oh.
Yeah, Glee is just like kind of a very light healing. Like if you compare it to the clerics, for example, the clerics heal over time heals a lot more, but this one's kind of just some more nice light healing potential for the bard. And
Okay, that's cool. And then now we should try the other effect.
yes, and as you can see, the icon changed. You can guess what it's going to be.
It's very cool.
Oh, that's cool. So as I target friendlies, you can see your friendly icon. Okay, so we got some UI support finally coming in here. And then we also have now a tomato, it looks like.
Tell us about
Talk to me a little bit
the
about
tomato.
the concept for the tomato.
Oh man, this is something Natalie was just instantly like, oh, we gotta do a tomato toss somewhere in this kit, you know, it was so good. Especially when we were talking about what the effect would be called, like, you know, what else would demoralize you by getting some tomatoes thrown in your face?
I want to see like a trip status interaction, so you just like fall on your butt when you get hit by this.
Yeah.
banana
So this,
peel
the
skill when?
status, the one that interacts with the knockback on the get off the stage is actually from a different ability, but this would you can be promoted this through maddening dance. So if you use maddening dance after you throw a tomato at him,
think it's a
it'll
V.
promote demoralize to
Yeah.
humiliate.
Which
That was the
one?
one.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
that
see.
was
Skadoosh
Okay.
and skadoosh. Humiliated. Damage dealt reduced by 30%.
Oh, yeah, that's cool. So damage dealt reduced by 30% towards targets other than the applier of this effect. So that means as the demoralized target, if it doesn't focus their
Oh, so it's like
abilities
a
or effects
well,
on
it's like a
me,
aggro pull.
30%.
That's right, yeah. So this is a shared status. We're also using some spots in the tank kit as well. Trying to experiment with making ways for, you know, no more classical abilities like taunt and stuff to still have a use in PvP, right? Where, you know, players don't have threat. Taunt wouldn't do anything to players under normal circumstances, but if, you know, we have these status interactions, then it'll still have a great use in PvP as well.
That's
Is
cool.
that
That's,
a good thing for a bard? Like, do they have any self-sustain? They have a bunch of, like, I'll help other people. We don't know what the other stuff does. Because what if you, like, apply demoralize to humiliate on someone, and they're like, okay, well, I guess I'll just go for you then. And you're like, oh, whoops, I'm not a tank.
I'm liking these interactions. That's very cool.
Yeah, and the exact interactions where things are like might change here and there. You know, like we're still working on the fear status as well. And I think that could have a really good place on the maddening dance because it, you know, more thematically fits as well. But
Oh, that
for
would be
now
cool.
we got this. And it's a pretty good
Maddening
combo.
dance to have them have like a fear effect. I guess like just having to, I don't know, what would it be? Like walk away? You can only travel away from the player.
That's super cool. And by the way, guys, as you're kind of watching this demonstration, obviously you're going to see some bugs here or there. One of the bugs that we have currently, that we're currently working on, is some of our nameplates and targeting plates respecting hit point updates. That's something that we're
Cool.
actively working on right now. Okay, so Quick Wit, super cool, love it. What's next?
Next up is on the next bar. So this next group of abilities are called the songs. And so these are all single target abilities that are also channeled, but have a variety of effects as well. So this first one here is called Lovely Serenade, and that's kind of just like a heal over time that also applies Glee.
Let me damage you a little bit.
Yeah, we can nuke. Or actually, if you want to heal a friendly, we could use somebody else. Maybe you could heal Brian. Or I'll nuke Brian a little bit so you can heal him up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. All right.
There's a bunch of different options for healing then.
Oh, how cool is that? Let me
I really like that.
let me add this, and then do it.
We're using our
Brian.
brainsticles.
Yeah, that's a great combo,
Nice.
of course. You know, increase healing received.
Yeah.
Your target.
Very cool. I like the duality between the archetype designs, right? Obviously, the cleric being the bread and butter of the healing, but having this augmented, bard role to kind of secondary regen / heal effects.
Yeah, and it's
And also
also
empowering
at the
it.
moment got the tank ability. I like the versatility to it. I like how it does a bunch of lots of stuffs.
Is a very healthy complement in the party comp.
Yeah, we want to give bards a lot of ways to, obviously as our premier support archetype, we want to give them a lot of ways to support all the other archetypes. So they can spec more for a healing support way or a damage support way, or, maybe going more for a CC-oriented playstyle. So there's a lot of different options on how you can bring value to the team.
Love it. Okay, I think the next one is probably one of my favorite
Go on.
visual effects designs.
Yeah, this one turned out great. This is a single target attack speed / cast speed bonus, so you can really speed up someone's power with this one.
All right.
Oh yeah, so you can give it to that's good.
Sorry, 2 seconds. I want to read it again. Gains Anthem of Alacrity? I don't know. Answers on a postcard. Attack speed increased by 25% and casting speed increased by 25%. Cool. So that works for both melee and casters. Well, just anyone, actually. It's just even a bow would benefit from that.
All right.
Oh yeah, so you can give it to that's good.
Nice.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
That was pretty significant. So that's giving you. All right.
Oh yeah, so you can give it to that's good.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
I'd love to know the
significant. So that's giving you 25%
exact
faster casting speed and
DPS that they're doing, like with the speeds there. Because at the moment, me personally, I can't see a difference. Maybe there is a difference. I need numbers. I need numbers.
You can really speed up someone's power with this one.
All right.
Oh yeah, so you can give it to that's good.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of noticeable.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
That was pretty significant. So that's giving you 25% faster casting speed and attack speed.
Yeah.
And it lasts for 10 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
That's
I think
pretty
it has a
significant.
Most of the songs have a bit of a longer cooldown. I think they're about at 30-second range. But yeah, it's a pretty strong DPS bonus to
Interesting. I like it.
your target.
Love it. Here, Dread, you can have some too.
I don't know. I think since you're flight against him, you're not going to be able to use friendly abilities on him.
My bad, Trad.
I got
Trad.
myself covered. I'm a
You're on
cleric.
your own. I'm a cleric. I love.
Cool. I'm going to have to research all the status effects, aren't I? I'm gonna have to commit them to memory.
I got
Trad.
myself covered. I'm a
You're on your
cleric.
own. I'm a cleric. I love that, and the sound there is awesome too. I'm loving the. It almost reminds me of one of my grandparents' clocks.
Steven's grandparents' clocks.
A lot of
All the
mechanics
mechanical
happening there.
noises. Yeah, it sounds really cool.
Yeah, incorporated a lot of classic clock sounds, so they're pretty sweet. You'll also notice that all these songs have some harp backing them, and we put that in there to simulate almost like singing, because they're songs. The idea is your character would be singing, but we don't actually want singing because that would be a chaotic mess. So you'll hear each of those harp sounds, which convey the melody.
Cool.
Of the,
Okay, so
actual
anytime
song.
you hear a harp from a bard, it's like it's like a euphemism for them singing. It's like a metaphor.
Singing.
Love it.
Yeah, I think it turned out great.
That's super cool. See that.
I think it turned out great.
Of the actual song that you would be singing.
Love it.
Yeah, I think it turned out great.
I'm not a fan of what the bard's actually doing. It's just doing like wah. Like the other ones, they were doing stuff. I guess it's not a dance. To be fair, in their defense, it's not a dance.
Seabit did such a great job with these effects.
Yeah, he killed it.
Okay. After the anthem.
Alacrity.
Next up, so these are two offensive single target songs, so you can use it on Tread.
Poor Trad.
So this next one is called the Chilling Lament, and this is just ticking ice damage, and also stacks up chilled on the target, and has interaction. If they're already frozen, it'll just deal bonus.
How
damage
much
instead.
bonus damage?
So you can kind
I
of,
don't know.
with the mage, you can kind of combo some of the stuff with the mage, right?
Alright.
Cool, and it's frozen.
Ooh.
That's chilling.
That's pretty cool. The chilled effect looks great too. The status condition.
Yeah, that one looks good. They're still iterating a lot of status conditions, but the ones they did for the mage so far are looking really good.
Yeah, that's
What
awesome.
instrument is that?
That is a harp.
Really? Okay. I like it.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it had a nice haunting.
Jump around
tonality
some
to
more.
it, which works really well, especially with these attacking abilities.
Agreed.
Cool. Okay, and then you'll be able to see that that's their chill,
Love that.
and it shows
Right,
you their
we're gonna-
immunity as
oh,
well.
I think this is another one of my favorite visual effects as well.
Yeah, so this one's called the Dark Lullaby, and this will deal spirit damage, which is kind of a new damage type we were adding, especially once we get
Yeah,
to
Summoner.
too. It might do more spirit damage type stuff. But this is a scaling damage, so it scales up in power, and it also notably won't wake up incapacitated targets. So normally incapacitated targets will break out upon damage, but this one will.
What's it called in
not
Pokemon?
wake
Like
them up,
Dream
and
Eater?
if the final hit hits them while they're still
Nice.
incapacitated, they become stunned. So it's kind of like a punisher for things that are already sleeping, and you give them even worse dreams,
So
right?
that means this combos well with Mesmerize.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, hit me with that first.
Hit me with your best. Okay. hold on.
Sleep.
So sleep, and then Dark Lullaby.
Got it. And now.
Skadoosh.
Ooh.
So now I got the stun off. So now you
And then
Normally that would have broken
stun-
the effect, but because
You can hit them and they don't break out?
that specific ability has that interaction.
yeah.
That's
Get
cool.
some free damage.
Lullaby of death.
But now I'm immune.
Beautiful.
That looks awesome.
Yeah. I love how the stars are going around the sky.
That's
Little
super
local.
cool.
Very super cool. Agreed.
Okay. Now we have Discordance.
So now we're moving on. We have a couple more kind of miscellaneous abilities. We're out of the songs now, but this is just a single target ability that shoots some discordant notes at your target that kind of bounce around and apply staggered. Yeah. So if there was more enemies, these would actually bounce between them and apply staggered to all of them. Yeah, it's kind of just an extra little damage ability just to give the bard some more damaging spells.
It'd be lovely to see that.
And obviously,
Lovely to see them bounce
the
around.
staggered interactions
Just saying.
we saw was with the get off the stage ability had an extra disarm if they're staggered, so it would combo well with that and any other things. That was one of the things we were trying to.
Mm.
I love the little note sounds.
They're so good.
I had a lot of fun with this one.
They're
kinda
very
randomized too, right?
responsive.
Yeah, so there's an entire octave that it's choosing between. So
Cool.
there's all 12 notes in there. it's really chaotic when, especially if you have like 3 or more enemies around you, and all the notes are bouncing in between them. It becomes a
So
full discordant
do
mess.
the
living up to
notes
its name.
actually correspond to a sound when it hits?
Yeah,
We'll see
I'll
soon
make sure to
enough.
demo that when we get
POI?
into this POI.
That's pretty awesome. I do love those notes. It sounds really good. I like the the staggered impact. Also, it feels very responsive.
Mhm. Yeah, and this one will combo with to get off the stage. So if they're staggered when you hit them with get off the stage, they'll get disarmed. The last building on the last row, one back from the last row, the weapon hit one. Yeah.
Ah. Oh, okay.
So that has interaction with staggered. They'll get disarmed.
And
so that's a good
disarmed
combo. If you
is?
discordance them, then
Right, I need to look that up. What's disarmed?
to the head.
Oh, yeah.
Hit me with your best shot. Hit me with your best shot. Disarmed. Disarmed. Cannot use weapon combo attacks. What's a weapon combo attack? Is it when you just in auto attack? Don't know, have a look. Okay. Good thinking. Oh, jeez. Too much. Auto attack. Yes, it is. Auto attack combo. Okay, cool. I was right. Just need to believe in myself. That sounds good. That sounds good, right? You just get, like, flanked by someone and then try and... What would you do? Stagger them and then get off the stage to get them away from you.
Nice. Okay.
So now I'm trying to attack you, but I can't. But as soon as it wears off, you'll see I can start.
Very
attacking.
cool.
Very cool. Very
But
cool.
kind of adds to the anti like melee on you, right? You can.
Oh, so I
disarm them
suppose that
and knock them
would
back and snare.
maybe help with the taunt as well. So you taunt someone to just attack you, they go to attack you, and then you just disarm them.
Them a little
It's
bit.
not bad.
Run away.
That's awesome.
Yeah, eventually a little extra polish touch we want to make eventually is it actually makes the weapon kind of go away from your hand, but at the
cool.
moment it's just mechanical.
All right, cool. That is Discordance. Next up, Gambit.
So this one is an interesting one. I'm going to nuke Brian so you have a target to use it on. The way this ability works is you will swap health with the target.
Ooh.
So since Brian is low health, you'll be giving him some of your health to try to heal him back up. And you can use it vice versa. And you can only
Yeah,
use it
it's
on
not
party
like
members, so
the
it's very
character
risky.
from Deadlock, where you can just swap your health with an opposing team member. That's crazy. That would be crazy in this game.
Ability because it'll put somebody at low health, but it can sometimes mean difference between life and death. If your tank's really low, you can gambit, give some of your
Okay.
health to him.
I
and save his
don't
life.
like the responsibility of that.
Also-
That sounds like someone else other than me has goofed up, and now I need to save the day and make myself vulnerable. Suddenly regretting being a support class? Maybe.
Applies a healing receive bonus to the target that lost life. So kind of, if you
Oh,
lose a bunch of
wow.
life, you can gain some back. As you can see, it took a lot of your total percent HP to give it. Brian has more health than you, so you're not actually not gaining health in the process. So it's not like
Weird.
so you kind of
Weird. Well, I guess you could... What could you do? What class heals themselves the fastest? Probably a cleric, right? So, like, if you had a tank that was low HP, you would swap your HP with a tank, give them a bunch of health, and then swap your health with a cleric? Do it that way? Imagine using that and losing XP because you died. Exactly, that's what I'm scared of. I'd be like, I'll save you. They're like, thanks for saving me. And then just an autumn leaf brushes my cheek and I fall dead. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that. But there'll be something to
punishing for
do
you
with
and
you
help
can juggle HP, right? So give HP over to the tank. You've got low HP, and then either just boost yourself or give it to someone else. Wait a second. You can give other people low HP? Going bad? I am going bad. It has been decided. And I'm looking forward to it. It's just making me more hype watching this vid. I think I've only heard this video before. I don't think I've ever actually watched it. Not using that until max level. So you can permanently swap. So if you were an absolute jerk and you had like a guild war and everyone's fighting and then it's like a 2v2 or like let's say a 5v2 and you're on the 2 side and then you're just like all being chased and then you have like really low HP and then the tank has a bunch of HP, you could just be like yoink and then just be like ah! Is that how it works? Has a long cooldown. Oh, maybe they're playing around with the cooldowns here.
Will swap
I
health.
feel
with the target.
like
So
to prevent people being jerks, you should only be able to give other people more life, not steal life from people.
is low health. You'll be
1 minute
giving
cooldown.
some of your
Oh,
health to build
okay.
back up.
Right. So they're just doing it this quickly for just demonstration. Got it. That makes far more sense.
And you can use it vice versa, and you can only use it on party members. So it's a very risky ability because it'll put somebody at low health.
It can
but
put someone at low
sometimes
health.
mean
Doesn't
there's gonna be much-
necessarily need to be you.
life and death. If your tank's really low, you can gambit, give some of your health to him, and save his life.
Yeah. I suppose if you're in the
also
back
applies to,
lines, you haven't been hit for ages, your tank's like low HP, you just swap HP. Is it 1-for-1 swap? In a daring maneuver, transfer life to or from target party member, depending on who has the lowest percent health. This ability will not reduce either player below 20% health. Yeah, the character that loses life in this exchange gains solace. What's solace?
Because it'll put somebody at low health, but it can sometimes mean difference between life and death. If your tank's really low, you can gambit, give some of your health to him, and save his life.
I don't get the depending on who has the lower percent health. Because I thought you could, like what they're doing at the moment is just juggling the health.
It also applies a healing received bonus to the target that lost life. So kind of,
Okay.
you know, if you
Oh,
lose a bunch of
wow.
life,
So you give them health,
can-
but then you can gain more health. You pop the healing melody on for a little bit of bonus HP.
gain some back. As you can see, it took a lot of your total percent HP to give it Brian has more health than you, so you're not actually like not gaining health in the process. So it's not like so you kind of very punishing for you, but it helps Brian a little bit.
So you could absolutely screw with a tank. Got it. Got it.
Wow, that is a very
I like it.
strong
It's just a
ability.
bit
This one has a longer cooldown. I think
could
it's
potentially
mid or
be
something
problematic.
like that.
Oh my god, my finger's gonna accidentally like click on something I shouldn't do. I'm gonna be targeting the wrong person and then I'm gonna swap health and it's gonna be awful. Everyone's gonna hate me. But I'm gonna have the best time. That's all that matters. Screw everyone else. I'm pressing buttons. Good to coordinate with clerics. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is good for coordination with clerics and mages for the frost damage. But yeah, you're gonna need a magey best bud.
You use it super often.
That's
Yeah,
amazing.
Its strength is part of
Like
why we
going
gave it such
for
a
bright
what's
visual.
it called? Like swapping health, get ready for heals, and then he'll do like a massive heal on you, who has Solace, and then you get that healing buff. So do we know what percentage Solace is? I know it could change, but do it properly. Solace. Gain up to 35% increased healing. That's significant. That's significant, as well as having this melody, the increased HP gain melody. Very good. It was annoying in Final Fantasy XIV tank. Can put their health to 1 and get a lot of mitigation. If not healed, they will always die. Yeah, it's like, oh, cool, I'm alive. I can mitigate all this damage, but you'll just die from 1 damage. Yeah, I know, but like, if I had more health, I probably would have survived. So it's a panic when you see the tank health drop to 1. Okay, cool. That's... So they've got like undead fortitude. So they don't get absolutely destroyed in one shot. And then you're like, oh good, I guess I'll take that 1 HP from you, Mr. Tank. Okay, I think it will be kind of evident when you should be using it, just because it's on a longer cooldown. Like, you will be holding onto it at those clutch moments.
Know the bard's low on health, so which targets blow them up.
Yeah, I was gonna
That,
say.
or you know their target's low on health.
Yep.
Right, depending on the type of bard they are.
Yeah, exactly. I know which cards are.
That's what I said.
Ability.
Yeah, well, it's party locked at least, so your bard keeps.
Some
murdering
bards
you.
are going to be known as the Gambit bards.
They're like the risk
Bards have really nice
love
animation
the
and
effect
music
there.
tied to them. Agreed. 100% agreed. Some of these abilities that they showcase is just visually
Yeah, without
very
the
different to what I was expecting. Like when I heard Bard, like the first time I ever heard there was a Bard in this, I was like, oh, that's going to be a bit naff. They're just going to go around with like a lute or a fiddle playing around. But actually, no, these are really cool looking abilities.
doing it, and you can also
Especially the
neutralize
dances. Where are the
I
dances
can move
again?
while I'm using this as well.
These things,
just make
yeah.
this counter- Yeah,
Just
think-
look good.
Decision to make here.
Not sure of the audio. Like, you won't know about the audio until you've used a skill for the 5 millionth time, and you're like, I have had enough of those 3 jingles. Died so many times using Gambit. Oh no. Oh no. But did you save the party? Were you the hero? Was it all for the greater good?
he's gone mad.
I love how you can play 2 songs, but most people won't use that. I've heard most people would go for that. Majority of the people want to weave between the 2 melodies. Gambit added 10 hours of game time. Okay, well, that's something that will never get a keybind. Yikes.
Percent HP to give it. Brian has more health than you, so you're not actually like not gaining health in the process. So it's not like So you,
Ability.
this one has a longer cooldown. I think it's a minute or something.
I think there's a
That-
spec that
needs to
increases
drop
the
it.
resources you give back. So you think they use that more? Oh, right. Yeah, there's the crescendo and there's the counterpoint. So one of them builds up. Well, it depends on what you need. If you need just 1 resource, then yeah, you would want to use that. But you can't respec mid-battle. I think I'd probably use counterpoint, the one where you can weave the 2 abilities like in battle, and then outside of battle it makes sense to have the make this ability stronger one for the movement if you're going around stuff. Timed correctly, it can be a lifesaver for sure. Yeah, it seems really powerful. But when you were getting killed, were you doing the PvP stuff, PvE, or just in general, it's just a massive gambit? When you play Bard, people are getting a 2-song Bard. Well, they'll get over it. I think the 2-song is good. Like, mana is like just the default go-to. And then you'll be thinking about the 2 heals. I'm not sure when I'd be using that second heal that does it off. It's like the health leech. When I'd be using that as opposed to the passive. I need to play around with that.
That's
Yeah,
amazing.
No point in
The
having
strength is part of
2
what-
bards with the same spec. Yeah, the 2 melodies don't stack. So if you both have the same melody, you're just getting 1 benefit from each of them. But if you have 2 bards that each are doing 4 separate songs, then that would be fine. So yeah, talk to your other bards.
Why we gave it such a bright visual effect, because its strength is part of why we gave it such a bright visual effect, because if a bard uses
Yikes.
this, you know the bard's
Oh,
low
it
on
even
health,
shows
so
you
which targets
which
blow 'em up.
direction the health's
Yeah,
going as
the
well
bard
from the
uses
cards.
Is part of why we gave it such a bright visual effect, because if a bard uses this, you know the bard's low on health, so which targets blow him up.
Yeah, I was gonna
That
say.
or
Cool,
you know
I like it.
target's low on health.
Yep.
Right, depending on the type of
Mana
weapon.
plus speed or mana damage lifesteal into IMO. Okay. The people that are doing the damage, I don't know. You're gonna have a cleric in there as well, right? So they'll be dealing with the tanks. So if you're getting some of your your fighter low on health, then the damage lifesteal one would be good against them. Well, good for them. Heal isn't meant to be good healing. You're giving a healing receive bonus. Helps your cleric. Huh? Oh, the healing speed. Yeah.
Yeah,
You just like increase people's
Bards are
gain
talking.
healing. Yeah, I can imagine as a bard, you're going to be
troll ability.
respecking a bunch, right? Healer gets heals with damage heal buff? Yeah, right? Like, but you have to do the damage as well.
Yeah, well, it's party locked at least, so if your
Oh,
bard keeps.
some
murdering
bards are
Yes.
going to be known as the Gambit bards.
They're like the risky plays, you know?
I love the effect there. That's super cool.
Yeah, those cards looked great.
That's awesome. That
There
looks
is
very
going to
cool.
be such an epic moment where a bard swaps their health with someone who slighted them like 3 years ago and they've just held on a grudge all that time. And they're just like, yoink. On group 2 depends on other members, physical and magic boost. Yeah. It's a lot to do. Okay, so what you're saying is just find one tight-knit group that you never move away from, and then you don't have to respec and change your skills and act on the fly as much. Got it. Got it.
Very nice. Okay, what do
Um,
we got next?
All right, so we're on to the last couple abilities here. So these next 2 abilities are
Stories. Story
what we're calling
time.
Stories. And so these are simple party-wide buffs that go out. That last for 30
Party-wide
seconds.
buffs. So it's
And
not
they
just AoE. Yeah, down the line. At the moment, it's free, right? There's no cost to it at the moment. But for bards, later on down the line. If they add a cost to that, that's going to be horrible. Am I right in saying
Provides
that?
you
Bard
with
seems to
the
be
theme.
one of the classes that you would be respeccing the most with. Are really cheap. I don't know. Can you, if it is just free, is that abusable? Like, can you abuse that? You've got to, you can't do it like in battle or in combat. You've got to give it some limitation. But yeah, the loadout
use
thing
to
is
cast
such a good idea.
More powerful. And they provide you with the party-wide buffs that go out that last for 30 seconds. And they provide you with the theme that you can use to cast a more powerful ability called a Saga. So if you use, let's see, your cooldowns are off, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So the first one there is Conflict. So this will give everyone just
Nice.
a physical power bonus
Very nice.
multiplier to your whole party for 30 seconds.
Oh, okay, very cool.
Yep.
And so that's a
Mhm.
short-term buff that lasts
Uh-huh.
30 seconds.
And
I think you
also
have to
got a
respec
note
as much as you
tragedy, I
think. Well, if you're like all about the place, if you're like soloing, if you're joining a random party, if you're joining a random guild, you kind of have to be fitting in, like you're a fitter inner, you're a filler. You have to just fill to the party's needs. DPS classes respec a lot. Single and AoE skills, for example. But yeah, depending on your mobs and stuff, yeah. This just sounds like there's a lot of specking all around.
Up in the top left on your character. Yes. Yeah,
And this is all if you
gives
just
a
want to,
little
like,
boost, and
min-max, right? Like, you probably could get away with just having your favorite skills out and just sticking to them. Like, unless you want to go full hardcore.
So you can spend 3 of these themes to cast this powerful ability called a Saga that has different effects depending on which themes you have.
Okay.
So once you get to 3, you can use a combination of Conflict or Chaos. Chaos does magical crit, and these abilities normally have a 30-second cooldown, so you can only have one story active for now at a time.
Damage done increased by 5%. Wait, what? Where's this crit?
Only have Chaos, Conflict or Chaos. Chaos does magical crit, and these abilities normally have a 30-second cooldown, so you can only have one story
Okay.
active for now at a time.
I
you're getting-
see. Okay, so I can apply this every 30 seconds, and
Yep.
it keeps a record.
If you're gonna AoE 3 elites, you have to have good team, amazing cleric. The way that I see it, are clerics just gonna be the bard's like best friend? Is that the person that you're gonna have to communicate with the most out of anyone?
On myself of the last used
Story. Yeah.
And so does that story composition change ever unless I cast another story, or I'm just
It'll stay until you cast a new story.
okay, cool.
Cool. Right now, we're only showing the stories that grant the tragedy theme, but there's 4 other stories that grant both the comedy theme and the mystery theme, which will change your. Yeah, so you can see
Ooh,
the other ones on to the right. Those grant that different themes that have different bonuses.
Destiny.
So
Oh, he's going
mystery
through
will
it.
give you, I think, increased mana regen, and the comedy theme gives you increased healing. But
Nice.
depending on the combo of these 3, it'll allow you to cast a
Bards make clerics' life easy. Just from is that just from like the additional HP and MP boost that they give? 1 star is doable as solo, but after that difficulty rises a lot. So like my understanding of like the stars is just like they're a harder version of that mob. So if you've got a level 12, you have like 4 different ranks of a level 12 wolf. So you'll have like the level 12, the 1 star, the 2 star, and the 3 star. Where would you put the 1 star in relation to levels? So is a 1 star level 12 like equivalent to a 13 or a 14, or like a, does it work like that? Just like the feel of it. I don't need to know like exact numbers.
Specific
Or is it
saga
just
ability,
like
which is kind of like your ultimate
exponentially
ability as a bard.
different?
Ooh, okay, all right. So let me
Tragedy.
put up a 3rd tragedy. So now I have 3 tragedies, which
Now you can-
has activated my saga.
Yeah, so right now we just got one of these done so far, but the 3
Nice.
tragedy one is called the Apocalypse. And so this is kind of, all of these are kind of just, you know, very powerful ultimate abilities you can do that have a big effect to the battlefield.
Okay, so Apocalypse conjures a scene at your location that depicts this fabled event. Enemies in front of you will be hit for 150% fire damage, burning and afflicted with shaken. A
Cool.
lingering zone of flames will be left behind, dealing 30% fire damage each second, and lasts for 8 seconds.
So that's cool. I didn't know about this. So the books you play affect the saga. So 3 reds will do one thing, 3 yellows, 3 blues, and then 1 of each will do Myth of Creation. That's really cool. A bit of combo. Don't know exact number, but like normal level 10 mob has 1k HP. 1 star elite has 4 times more. Okay, and that's just from a 1 star elite. So how do the stars spawn? Are they just random, or are they like a set spawn like the other mobs?
Yeah, so since this has such a long charge up time and cooldown because of that, you know, we're giving it a pretty
Set spawn,
powerful
okay.
effect as like, you know, a big battlefield.
Okay, let me light this forest on fire.
Oh yeah, make sure Trad's gonna be hurt.
Kids, don't do this at home. And what is that? What is that phrase that they use for forest fires? I can't remember.
Stop,
you-
drop, and roll.
Burn,
Only
baby,
you can
burn?
prevent
Only,
forest
yes,
fires.
only you can prevent.
It's so cool.
Oh my
It's so cool.
god! Oh, that looks so awesome.
That's amazing.
Can prevent.
Nice. Nice.
Oh my god!
That is
looks
excellent.
so awesome.
And that's just one of those. That's just one of the sagas. I don't know if this is like at all a criticism. I might be the only person that this ever so slightly annoys. But does the dragon have to point towards us? Like,
Vent.
the cone's going that way. Dragon, you're looking the wrong way. Like, it's... do you understand? Like, dragon there, shooting here, cone there. I don't know. It just
Oh my.
icks me ever so slightly. Haven't tried all sagas, but that fire AoE is the best animation comparing to the others. Oh, okay. So they have actually completed the other sagas then. Nice. Yeah, that's amazing. That is so cool. That's on par with the blizzard effect from the mage. Like, I just want to see like massive AoE damage effects.
My god! Oh, that looks so awesome. Oh,
Very
that
cool.
is so cool. So it consumed my tragedies.
That's correct, yeah. So you'll have to spend the next, you know,
So you can
minute or two
only
to get
use it
back up
every...
for your next saga.
Would it be every 2 minutes or every 1.5 minutes?
Oh, wow. That looks great, Siva. Holy smokes.
It
Yeah, it turned
tickles.
out awesome.
That is unbelievable. I'm sorry, I want to see it from the front now.
1.5 minutes. Okay, yeah. Those buffs give bonuses before solo. Yeah. It's not even just like preparing them. That'd be annoying if you felt the need to throw a dragon at them and then like you were in need of a different book. It's like, oh, but do I choose dragon or the book I actually need? Like if you get to red, but then you need like the yellow book. Well, they called stories.
It's a huge area.
I feel like the fire dragon should be looking that way.
It's a huge area.
Yeah, that is so great. So I mean that takes a lot of setup though, because as you said, the cooldown on these
Yeah, massive.
Stories are 30 seconds.
yeah, stories are 30
So it takes
seconds.
a bit.
So at least 90
Um,
seconds.
Yeah,
for you to-
exactly. And it's also pretty mana intensive as well. That's about it though. If you're spamming this on cooldown, you'll go in pretty.
Give magic power. Mana melody gives more mana to team. Wonder. 3. Give magic power. 2. Mana melody gives more mana to team. You're gonna have to break that down for me.
Pretty quick. Yeah, so you already went to him.
Blur.
So good. So good. And I saw
That'll come in
I
handy.
saw an earlier
Wonder is one of
iteration
the
that I think
buffs
Steve
that
was still
makes
working on.
Saga possible. So what like level would you be able to do Dragon Face?
Where it actually burns down like a castle. It's like a pop-up book.
12.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Kind
kind
of
of what we're
early.
looking for. It's like a story pop-up book where
Some people were getting
there's like a
to
whole
level
scene that
12
kind
in
of
the first weekend. How far did you get in the first weekend?
plays out, but yeah, still iterate on that. But I think it's off to a great start.
That's pretty cool. All right. Is there anything else we should take a look at skill tree wise before we get this party started?
I think we're doing pretty good. There's some other passive things with the songs, but I think we covered things mostly. There's just some other passive bonuses to different abilities. Oh yeah, we can go into Resonant Weapon really quick. That's kind of like the
Cool.
Bard's weapon combo proc.
Okay.
We want to do really quick.
Yeah.
So this ability, it's passive. You get pretty early on, and it'll give your weapon combo a different proc effect based on which of your
Checking
current melodies
Ashes.
are
I
active.
still need to go on Ashes.
So
the
with Cheerful Melody
codex.
active, for example, it'll give a little automatic heal to a nearby ally on your weapon combo finishers.
Well, that's cool. Okay, so the bard gets these passive kind of secondary benefits as they're using their weapon attacks.
Yeah, like we're doing with a lot of different classes too. A lot of our classes have this kind of concept of weaving back and forth with the weapon
Right.
combo and your
So,
abilities and making that
Your weapon
rewarding
combo finishers trigger additional effects based on your active music. Menacing deal arcane damage applying weakened, cathartic bleed damage and applying wounded. Cheerful heal a nearby injured ally. Okay, favors yourself and party members. That's cool. So that's like another healing thing. So if you're cheerful, you're also going to be doing for your combos additional healing. That sounds good. Pensive, restore mana to a nearby ally and need equal to 25 plus 5% magic power. Favors yourself and party members. Okay. It just restores mana, but I don't understand the in need. Oh, does it mean just the person who has the lowest mana gets it. And then epic, dispel up to 1 root and apply pep to each party member. Nice. Very nice. I like it. 12. At 11, you can start choosing the last skills. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. I'm so looking forward to it. Looks so good. And guess what? This is just like the skill tree. And that's like how much of a percentage of this entire game? Pretty little.
Play there.
I know the combat is like one of the biggest things ever, but
This is kind
I've played some pretty shitty games with terrible combat, but then I've just been entertained by the rest of them. So as long as animal husbandry is on point, I'm happy. I was gonna Google something, but then I distracted myself.
of the Bard's version of that interaction.
All right.
And this is halfway up. Yeah. So all the way up to 50. Like what kind of like ultimate abilities are they gonna have? Oh, it's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good. Where did my dice go? Where did my fidget dice go?
Let me
Oh, did anyone
this,
get into artisan skills as well? Was anyone doing anything in particular? Any crafting, processing, etc.?
Oh yeah, so there's different procs with that one based on if you have, I think menacing music or cathartic music have an offensive proc.
Hoping main class will get new skill, not just a second class. What, when they reach past 25? They should get new skills, right? After 25? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so he got wounded from that weapon combo finisher with cathartic. Reduces the healing he receives.
I love the spellbook.
Spellbook is good. I don't know. I was sold that the maid was the most visually striking class, but I may have changed my mind.
Spellbook's also an AoE. It's a ranged AoE weapon. If you guys wanted to talk about that a little bit, Brian.
Yeah, tell us more about
I guess
that.
they're talking
Well, it's a ranged AoE weapon. Cool. Back to you.
about the spellbook. We're ready.
Cool. What did you go for? Was anything in particular that was quite interesting? I think taming is interesting. Maybe logging, because I'll end up logging, whatever. I'll end up as a lumberjack. It's just my default. Like if I'm bored,
Ready for
just
that?
put on something on a second monitor and just start logging.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so this is actually the second iteration of the spellbook, or third if you count the APOC book. It started in the hand, and you were flinging stuff out, and you were holding it in the hand, and it was a lot smaller than this, but we decided we wanted to go in a different direction with it being self-animating and much larger, so this is
Cool.
what we came up with. It's part of the slow weapon group alongside the greatsword, so it's focused on slow, chunky attacks that deal a good amount of damage per hit. It's also, like Bucky mentioned, the first weapon with a splitting
I didn't actually know
projectile.
this.
So it's going to be the first ranged weapon that has a little bit of AoE capability baked in. So the first target will get hit for a good amount of damage, and then it'll split for minor damage to other nearby targets if there are any nearby.
Cool. Just testing.
More
Animal
notably
husbandry
than that,
is
though-
placeholder and very simple. He just crafted a bear mount and stopped on that. I mean, like, I do want to probably get that to the highest level, whatever you call it, the master and grandmaster of it, of animal husbandry. I think that's my goal when it comes to the artisan skills. It's just mashing animals together and seeing what comes out.
It's the first self-animating weapon. So it's not attached like normal to a character's socket. Well, it is technically, but that's not really for the normal purposes of how you attach a weapon to a character.
Phase 2 is supposed to come with breeding. Yes. Yes! It's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good. And I'm gonna be so bad at it. just de-evolving everything. Just making little mutants that are worse than their parents.
It's animating by itself instead of based directly off what the character's doing. That's a challenge that Matt was able to figure out and make look super awesome.
Oh,
Cool.
this does look great. I mean, oh, I love the large kind of tome.
I really like
to
the
it,
look of the
right?
book.
Obviously, as you said in the past, we had that that one-handed kind of book look, and that's relatively standard, right? That's a safe route to go when it comes to animating a weapon that's a book, essentially. But this kind of heavier-looking tome that's, you know, floating kind of in front of you, I think that's super unique, and it's a great look to
It's
it.
chunky.
Yeah, I definitely love that you pushed us to do a little bit more with it, take it a little bit further, because what we came up with is definitely something that's unique and super awesome.
For sure.
We wanted the book to be the star of the weapon combo.
So what's
more than the player,
this?
so you'll notice that
This is a little game I like to call New Worlds. We've played it, Chaz, don't you remember? JK, it's that game that I've been going on for literally forever. Ashes of Creation, birdie. We finally chose our bard as our class, because I was umming and ahhing between all of these. Where are they? Class chart. At the moment, you don't get any of the secondaries, so you don't get anything in the middle. But eventually, they'll add the secondary, and then you can make the archetypes merge together. So, just like you probably know, I will go Necromancer 100%. That is my end goal. Unfortunately, the Summoner is not out yet. So I have to just play around with Bard for a bit. But I'm watching the Bard stuff, and it's actually super good. Super interesting. Ditto for Necromancer. Cool! Necromancer twins! Yeah, and I'm sure that I've said this before, but like, they have animal husbandry and breeding eventually. Not yet. Obviously, the game is still in alpha. So it's everything's very bare bones at the moment. But yeah, that's what we're up to. So at the moment, we're just researching the class, because this weekend, we'll get some access and actually get to play around in it.
all the very flashy animations and particle effects will be around the book itself and attached to the book itself instead of playing off of the character that's...
Stop trying to breed with the animals. I don't like it. but I'm so breedable. No, I get the two animals and I smush them together and then see what comes out.
Animations and visual effects on the caster, but it's very minor.
Basically, it's gonna be like Full Metal Alchemist again. Just see what monsters I can create.
And some other stuff that we'll get into whenever the skill.
Please tell me
tree
at some
is in a
point
more
they actually
showable
show
state.
it doing the AoE damage.
Is through the skill tree, you'll have access to elemental status effects, mana recovery effects, passive stat effects, and combo damage increasing effects. That's actually all active in how he's spec'd out now. It's just the front end's a little bit messed up, so we can't show it.
That's super cool.
So much to remember.
That's awesome. Okay, well, I think we might be ready to delve into the story side
Yay!
of this, perhaps. And Bucky, I would love for you, since you are the Bard Master Extraordinaire, to swap seats with me I am literally seated behind Bucky. And I'm going to walk in front of
Please.
this desk and sit down.
Describe
on
it in
the
more
page, and
detail.
Bucky, I'm going to hand over the reins of the bard to your very capable hands. So give us one moment, and while we do that, perhaps we could talk a little bit about the types of NPCs
Some
we're going to see
skellies.
here. And I know we saw some undead. Doug, talk to me a little bit about what's the story behind this stuff.
Yeah, so we saw a skeleton.
Good.
And we're gonna see
Question
more skeletons
answered.
here.
What type of enemies are we going to see? Well, we saw some skeletons. So yeah, we're going to see some more skeletons. Cool. I'm going to go grab a drink. I'm going to leave you to it. I'll see you in a bit. Does anyone want anything? Teas, coffees, Lucasades, Tia Maria? It's tough. I'm not getting you one. Oh, hey, how's it going? What'd I miss? Anything good? Whoosh. And proceed. Hey, Hardware, how's it going? Long time no see. How's life? How's the family?
The first time we're showing them off. And with the skeleton being such a common, fantasy undead NPC that we're going to see throughout the game, we decided to make sure to give them
3 more
a variety
days.
of different.
Not 1, not 2, not 17, not even 56. 3 more days. Excited to bard my ass off. I am. Oh my god. Has anyone done this yet? I could be the first person to do this with this game. Has anyone played the game on a dance mat yet? I could be the first to grind to level 25 on a dance mat. That'll be my legacy. My crowning achievement. Someone just DM advertised you. The only shared server is mine. Huh? What do you mean about the only other shared server?
Buffs and sort of effects that they can spawn in with. So some skeletons will have like a
Oh, yeah.
a spirit of the undying on them, and if you see this indicated by sort of red glowing eyes.
Oh, someone DM'd you to get graphic design work. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, I love that. I love it when people come in and they're like, oh, hey, how's the game? Where you from? How long have you been playing? You enjoying it? Cool. Yeah, so anyway, can I have your money, please? And I'm just like, oh, God, why you done this to me? Like, I could go through, like, such a conversation with them, and they're like, oh, by the way, I do some graphic design. And I'm like, oh, God, you're the worst. You're the worst. At least I didn't get up to, like, making a proper relationship with them, start to date them, and pop the question to them, end up getting married and on our deathbeds. They're just like, by the way, I do graphic design, want to buy anything? I'm just like, what? Playing the long play.
And a buff icon, you know that they're going to resurrect with some health when they die, so have to kind of keep that in mind. Some of them will spawn with shields in their hands, some of them without shields in their hands. We're going to see a few that are here that are actually risen farmers, so they're actually going to have farm tools. And then we might see some other variants.
Cool. So
later
he's
on,
adjusting all of the hotkeys here.
which are more powerful skeletons with scythes and wearing robes, and they have a totally different set of abilities available to them. So
Very cool.
Very cool. That is going to be a lot of fun. And Bucky, you were talking to me a little bit about kind of the story behind Darigal.
Oh yeah, that bit that I
Obviously,
skipped.
this is an ancient, an old.
Same there. Oh,
land.
okay, yeah.
So prior to the apocalypse,
Yeah, they're spamming people. 100%.
so talk to me a little bit about what Darigal Estates was all about and why we have these dead farmers.
Yeah, so, I'm not on the lore team, but this is the lore that's been granted to me, the download. But the gist of the story is that
Hated
the
those
Darigal
guys.
family used to live here way back before, they left for Vera, or they left Vera. And they were kind of a rich family that, had a big farm here and a bunch of houses. But after the return to Vera, we came back. Humans kind of initially populated the area and started farming again, but then more recently,
Goblins
are now in there.
You are hating developers. Got 3 games you want to play in 1 week. I assume this is one of them. What's the other 2? Quick maths. What's the other 2 games? There was something Someone said I should try that's coming out like tomorrow, but I completely forgot what it was. Is anything coming up soon on Steam? I probably shouldn't. Brighter Shores and Bitcraft Alpha. I think I'm gonna stay clear of Bitcraft, to be fair. I think I have to laser focus. Oh my goodness, there's a Death Note. There's a Death Note game out on Steam. Cool. Actually cool or rubbish cool? Not that you can see it, but... 2 secs. I want to see this. I want to watch this. Everything stop. Death Note. God. Oh my god. Right. What was it called? Killer Within? Killer Within. Yes. Please be good. Please be something that I want to play, and then I'll have that awful time trying to decide whether or not I pick it up or not.
12.
I do exist. So come on, try to kill me, said Al. Look, they're doing the thing. They're doing the thing that they do. Oh, is it chess? I hate chess. Kira. Oh no! Not that lady. She was my favorite. Oh dear. Oh good lord. What was that about? Oh, what's the gameplay? How do I play? Oh, an online social deduction game. Got it. So is this like a social deduction Among Us kind of deal here? What? So you get to... I'm so confused how you actually play this. Meh. I mean, if they actually put any effort into how it looks, then maybe. But they were like, I know what we'll do. Just put little toys on a board. That's what people want to see.
Area and started doing necromancy and raising all the farm hands, and it's causing a lot of
Evilness. I hate that stuff.
evilness in general.
Icky, icky, get it away. The main issue with Bitcraft is that the crafting loop is addictive. If I'm going to pick up any game, I'm probably gonna end up picking up that card game shop simulator store game, whatever it's called. Card shop game simulator? Because that just looks super addictive. Did I actually watch Bitcraft? It was that really colorful one, right? Is it called just Bitcraft? All the fun of gambling with none of the consequences. You've got it. Yeah, the one I found colorful. The one that looked a bit like Legend of Zelda. Toys on a board are one thing, but nicely drawn straight from the anime cutscene backgrounds just makes the toys on the board look so out of place. 100% agree. 100% agree. Like, it could be that L, like the big, like you draw back and actually it is just Kira and L like working against each other to solve who Kira is. But like within that story, within that game, you could animate the characters nicely. Have them actually as characters. Oh no, yes, 100% agree. Bitcraft.
Black Friday deals at Curry's with the new Google Pixel 9 with Gemini, an AI assistant to
Shut up.
supercharge your ideas. Buy now, interest free for 20.
Once upon a time, there was some person who woke up in a field. Oh, and there was another person. There was a few people. Okay, a bunch of people woke up and found themselves in a forest around a campfire. When suddenly, and without warning, they started cutting down trees. Choose your path. You can fish, you can chop lumber, you can mine rock. You choose your path. The world is your oyster, but you can't fish for oysters. Interesting. Okay. And this is MMO. At this stage of technology, I don't know if what I'm about to say is forward thinking or backward thinking. But I think I would love to play this game if all the other characters were AI. Like really smart AI. Like they just did everything basic, but I could like manage them. I could make the road for them to do the trade routes and whatever like that. Other people though, ugh, yuck. Imagine playing an MMO. Imagine being in an MMO category, right? I just like seeing AI automation. Of all the styles, you can have grey. It looks good. It looks very Legend of Zelda-y. But like, what's the point? If it's an alpha, okay, I think that's the answer. Ashes of Creation is gonna be my last alpha or beta or early access. It has to be. I can't keep getting my heart broken by games that just don't have an ending. Just like, here's the game. Look, you enjoying the gameplay loop? Yeah? And I'm like, yeah, what am I working towards? And they're like, the gameplay loop. More of the gameplay loop. Zig outing himself as a dictator. Wants all the little people to just do what he wants and not think. Well, you know there's mayors in Ashes of Creation, chats. Wanna join my guild? You set your own goals. A wise man once said, just give me an end game. Just give me an end goal. I need to have credits roll. I can't count it as a game unless I have credits at the end. And this isn't going to give me credits. Do you know how frustrating playing the Stanley Parable was? It's just like, what's the ending? Just get another ending. Like, okay, now what? Just get a different one. Okay, now what? I don't know. I'm broken. The ending of this game is empires. Against what? Other factions? Is there combat? Just PvE, okay. If it has like an end game boss, then yeah, but it won't because it's an MMO. An MMO doesn't give you credits. What am I talking about? I don't know. I just enough alphas. I've bought into this one. I can't do any more early access games. I can't. You hate the make your own fun games. If I could do that, why would I be playing games? I'd be sitting down on a couch and imagining me having fun. The bucket was the ending in Stanley Parable. What was the bucket ending? I thought the true ending was trying to shoot the baby. No? Or no, shoot the baby. Put the baby in the furnace.
I'm actually gonna go grab the quest really quick.
Rondo.
This guy right here, Rondo, has a quest for us.
Rondo. Okay, Rondo.
I like his portrait.
I like his name. Corner sharp.
Yes.
Don't just breeze over that.
So
Who named
here's
him?
his quest. Let's see. Called what? Yes, it's called Darigal Estates. Historically known as a source of pure essential water. Oh, okay. Maybe that's why the goblins moved in. Yeah, you gotta read the quest here. Yes. Okay. Yep, so it's been overrun with goblins, vermin everywhere, so he wants us to get in there and kill some goblins and quiet the lesser lords of Darigal that have been summoned because the goblins have been shaking up this land and performing evil.
Not even greater lords or lesser
I
lords.
love how much
I guess
interest
so.
they're taking in the story and the writing of this game, of their own game.
No.
So the ultimate goal is to get the elemental water from Darigal
Cool.
as well.
Cool. Go that direction? Cool.
Okay, so I'll
Alright.
accept this quest.
Skip.
Alright, we gotta investigate the mill first.
Dude, Brian is already up here, like training everything.
Send me a reinvite.
Oh, that's
yeah.
right. We didn't have Trad in the party. Trad, I'm
You're
sorry,
right
buddy.
behind
You're
you.
busy murdering him
I know.
with a test.
Nobody's in danger yet. Yet being the key word.
Use the book, I want to see the
group chat.
AoE. Do auto attack.
I mean, these poor skeletons are just out here farming.
You're just
their
here
life away,
colonizing.
and we are interrupting their job. Oh wow, we just pulled
Collateral damage.
we just pulled a bunch of goblins. All right.
Oh, nice marks.
Cool, and let the chaos ensue. From this point, we skip to like big bits.
Huzzah!
Alright, here we go.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, we'll run ahead. Got some goblins over here. Gonna disarm them.
Take
Oh, we
the
got a
shamans
kidnapper
up.
back here. I'm gonna try and sleep him. Oh, he got broken up.
Yeah, careful. This guy's a 3-star. I mean, a 2-star. Excuse me.
Ooh, where's the 3-star?
Sorry, 2-star.
Oh, 2-star. A kidnapper.
My god, what a monster.
If you hear him laugh, you should run away.
It looks cool. I think I'm gonna struggle with sleeping if I'm not on comms. I'll be like, okay, I gotta put the big one to sleep for a second. And everyone's like, AoE, AoE, AoE.
I heard him laugh. Oh my god.
Cool.
Ah!
Can you sleep him? Oh.
Ah!
Can you do that to the spinning fighters as well?
We did it.
Man, I could really trip you guys up just by doing that laugh whenever I want, since that's my voice.
Wait, was it really?
Oh, where's the boss?
Wow, that's
That was so
classic.
good. That was on the
that's epic.
spot too.
Undying servant.
Okay, I got this guy over here.
It's just too many things to look at. Too many
I'm on
colors.
the axe target.
1 sec, singing to myself, a beautiful serenade. I feel loved.
Sometimes you gotta pep yourself
Cool.
up.
So we're doing healing.
Goes a long way.
We weren't doing
Alright,
mana
we're
regen
doing
at
it.
that time. So yeah,
Alright.
we just need to remember, as well as mana, we do a little bit of healing as well. Cool. Right, so that's all I wanted to watch really, was just that part of the bard. To get to know the ins and outs of all the spells and whatnot. So, how's it end? Anything good? Anything juicy?
This guy's beefy.
I'm getting low on mana. Bucky's getting low on mana.
Cool.
I'll switch to the mana.
And then they win. Something, something, they win.
Nice.
Something, something,
It's
spoiler.
such-
Cool. What's next? Yeah, let's have a look at this vid. Just absorbing as much as possible for the run-up.
For like 42 hours, streaming the whole thing too, just absolutely no lifing this on my mage. And as just like last week, I wanted to do a quick little update video on what I did this weekend. Okay.
Yeah.
So, 2 stars.
Congrats.
I've reached level
Wow.
25, which is the cap level on the alpha. Currently, I was the 4th person in the alpha to do it. All of them are in my guild. It was like a mage. What was the order? It was a mage, a cleric, a bard, and then me as
Cool,
another
okay,
mage. All within an
so-
hour of each other. It
Bards can level up.
took exactly 74 hours to level from 1 to 25. From 1 to 20 was 41 hours, and then obviously the rest of the hours was this weekend. You could probably take out 9 hours or so. I would probably say like 8 or 9 hours from just like, there was a 4-hour period my whole party went to sleep. So instead of me going to sleep, I went and just picked flowers and like
I went
artisans
outside
like,
and
PvP
picked
stuff
flowers
like that. So,
IRL.
you know, that wasn't really leveling. You know, and then obviously there's like 2 or 3 hours of just wasted running around PvPing, maybe running from spot to spot and stuff. So I would say if I had to like calculate exactly grind time, I would probably say like 64, 65 hours. But all in all, it was like 74 hours total to do it. And it was pretty fun. The issues this week
There's no
were not as bad as last
DDoSing,
week
right?
for some of the stuff. The bugs, a lot of the bugs feel like they got worked out. There were still some bugs, nothing out of the ordinary that we haven't seen already. did have to deal with the DDoS issue. So for those that didn't know, there was a big
Oh
DDoS
my
last weekend on
god.
the first
Is that
weekend
going
on
to
Sunday,
happen
but
for
pretty much nobody
us? They used bugged mobs on the first weekend and grinded to 20 just from the first weekend. Wow. Wow. When you say like the bugged, what kind of bug was it? Because I think I've seen a few. I think I watched someone who was like, oh yeah, this is completely exploitable, and then they reported it and then moved on. But yeah, it's pretty intense. When he said like no lifing it, I was like, how much no lifing were you no lifing? Turns out he was no lifing.
could play the game. Well, some of us, very low percentage of us, still had that issue on Friday. So the service launched at 1 or 2 or whatever time it was, and I could not get in. It was doing what I'm showing on the screen right now. It was doing this over and over again. What ended up happening was my captcha wasn't loading. That they put in this new
Did you
captcha
check if you were a
authentication shit
robot?
because of the DDoS. And the DDoSes were having like 250 million sign-ins a minute or something like that. I'm not even joking. 239 million a minute or something. It was crazy, right? So I was flagged. I think my account was flagged as like a DDoSer or something.
I mean, it's
because
not
was
funny
getting
for
in.
him,
There
but
was
it's
2
pretty
other
funny.
people who weren't getting in with me.
It's gonna happen to us. We're gonna get something terrible
with
like
this-
that happening.
Issue, there's a million ways to fix it, but none of them working for me. So fast forward, I'm working with the devs and I'm in the calls with engineers and they're doing everything they can
You're
to fix it.
welcome.
Shout out you who helped me. And finally, I go to bed, get a nice little 6 hours of sleep because the devs were like, hey, maybe the update will fix it coming up. So I wake up Saturday morning at like noon, push the update through, and it worked. So I finally got in, 24 hours later or whatever after everybody else, and I just set off to grinding. Thankfully, there wasn't that many bugs to even worry about or even talk about that were. The server was way smoother. There was a lot of DCs. Probably a little bit more than normal. I want to say I DC'd those 2 days or all those.
I just inhaled some squash.
Be like,
So there was a DDoS last weekend. Okay. But it wasn't like as deadly as the original.
7 times if I had to guess. In those 2 days or all those times playing, maybe like 7 times if I had to guess. Quick little Alt F4, log back in, no queuish issue or anything like that. Just quick little reload. So
Alpha, right? Testing stability and network and all that jazz. That's what I'm expecting to happen.
Isn't that big of a deal. But there is still those kind of issues. Yeah. But other than that, it was pretty cool. Bit bug-wise. Now, they had the winter biome up, which means the whole world was winter, and it was so sick. I'm going to try to show footage, if I can remember it, to show footage of Narc's stream.
That's
where
cool.
He's on a flying mount. You can only get flying mounts if you're a mayor right now, right? And he's a mayor, so he's on a white griffin, and he's fucking flying over everything, and it looks so sick. So the whole world was winter, which I think was messing with some of the plants, because I tried to do some planting. I mean, some mine picking.
Harvesting?
Picking, yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Berry
I'm doing
picking?
Tailoring, and I need...
Once you got in, no problem. Oh, man. Is there a... Because one of the issues for the login, when you're in the queue, like, the way to get out of the infinite queue is actually to come out and go back in. So, probably it's a good idea to just be in the Discord, like, 24/7, and just make sure that you've tried everything. That would be terrible. Be like, okay, there's a fix for what you're encountering right now. Oh yeah, what's that? Come out of the queue. But that's the opposite of what I want to do. Tough. You must do it. Do it. It's for your own good.
I need like 2,000 flax in order to make the linen, and you need a linen to make the gear and stuff like that, right? I couldn't find any of it at all.
Does the winter mess with that? I mean,
I think they mentioned
lore-wise, not lore-wise, but like in world-wise, that would kind of make sense that some of the harvesting spots aren't accessible. Is that a thing? Or is it just a bug?
something about the biome kind of being weird with it, so I hope that's what it was. But other than that, the winter biome looks super sick. It was snow everywhere.
It's cool.
The mountaintops were peaked with snow. It looked great. So,
very
in this week's adventure, I'm
white.
going to
very snow.
With snow, it looked great. So, to begin this week's adventure, I'm going to pick up where I left off, which is at level 20. Now, after you get to level 20, which you generally level in Steel Bloom, it's time to level up for gear, because you want to start doing something called Carfin, which is a dungeon, right? These dungeons are really, really hard. You can go there below, you need to be 20 pretty much, but you can go there without gear, but it's very, very dangerous. Now, there's a spot up here on the map that I'll try to pinpoint if I can find a map of the world. If I can't find a map of the world, then, I don't know, I'll look for one. There's this place up here called Goblins, and that's what we call it. And there's a bunch of goblins, the shamans, the flayers, the creepers, everything. They drop really, really good gear. So at 20, we go up there and we hard farm the shit out of these guys until we get some weapons. Lo and behold, I immediately got a weapon, one from the guild, another one from the drop, and it is a phenomenal 300 book and like a 280
winter biome. It's just winter. It's not a biome. This is true. Let's go to winter biome. Well, there's like a snowy biome somewhere at the top right, bottom left, is there? But yeah, I get your point. What happens with the desert? Does the desert also get snow capped?
And that means I got my weapons. I'm cool. Now we stay here for a little bit longer until the rest of my party of 8 gets their weapons. Once everybody gets their weapons, we start heading to the dungeon Carfin. Now, this is where it gets scary. The footage behind me playing of that's what's playing now, how to get to the spot, and then when we're in the spot, it's just going to play the rest of the time I'm in here. This is a really cool spot.
I've seen some
PvP
play in this area. It looks pretty awesome.
Big, huge dungeon, right? It's a big tower in different pieces, and it goes like down here, and you grind, and you go up to the next floor, and you grind more. You go to the next floor, grind more. There's a boss you got to kill to get a key to take a teleporter and port down to a different side of the tower and go progress through the tower. It's really cool, right? But we wanted to go farm gear, and on the second floor of this area is the best place to farm physical gear. A ton of physical gear drops, and then the next floor up, after you take the teleporter, that's where all the caster gear is. And so you kind of just like, our goal was to be like, all right, we're gonna sit here forever and just hard farm this physical gear, and then we'll go up to the caster gear. But ran into an issue that was a very good issue. Is after killing the mobs, we noticed, wow, these guys are dying pretty fast and they're giving good experience.
This tower is Alpha 2 endgame dungeon. Oh, so this is what you'll be working towards. Cool. Yeah, I've seen some cool battles happening here. Not sure who was working, who I was watching, but there was another video where there was some like guild v guild in this area.
Consistently, non-stopping for 50 minutes. It ended up being 725,000 XP an hour or something like that. This is obviously with a super good group of people who are geared. All of us, rotation's working great. We know what we're doing. We're speed running. We have a ranger professionally pulling everything to us. You know, flawless. If you don't,
are they wiping progress between alphas? They've said that they don't want to necessarily do wipes unless they have to. But when do they need to? When do they have to? What does that mean? It just means that we won't do it willy-nilly. We'll do it for a reason. It's like, yeah, probably. Hey, Smex. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. How are you? How is ya? So no one knows at the moment. We're thinking probably at some point. I don't think they've confirmed if they're gonna do a wipe for this weekend, but probably for phase 2, well, phase 3 they might do a wipe. I'm doing very well, thank you. Absorbing as much information as possible before this Friday. Earliest might be phase 2 start. Yeah, it's gotta happen at some point, right? Oh, you just joined to learn Bard with me. Oh, you're one video behind. Basically, Bard is very good, and it looks amazing. The visual effects, fantastic. Very versatile. It's got some heals, it's got some mana regen, it's got some CC. It's got a mini Thusrodar, which is always lovely. But yeah, are you one of these November 8ers? One of these scummy November 8ers?
Dies.
Just like me?
Really good. So we end up saying, well, why don't we just stay here? Because this is obviously
we need a speed run to November 8th.
That was like 200.
Right. How ethical is it to put yourself into a coma until Friday? Is that frowned upon? Like, how would one do that? Let me Google this. Something to do with a hammer. I'll figure it out. But the fact that it is this weekend is just amazing. It's just this week. It's technically this week. So excited. So excited to report all the bugs.
Oh, we sat here from 21 to 23. That took
I'm
about
so hyped.
9-10 hours, something, probably a little bit longer than that. I don't know exactly what it was. I don't remember. With a little bit of breaks and maybe pausing.
Just hope you can get in. Yeah, same.
And then
there's gonna be some issues. The only thing that I need to worry about is as soon as we're able to get the launcher and the download, get on that as soon as possible. Pay attention to the Discord as to when the servers will go live. Get in as quickly as possible. Try and speedrun the character creation. I don't know how much I'm going to be able to speedrun the character creation just because I love that stuff. Need a bit more sleep before weekends. No life. Yeah. That's it. Yeah, if we just like hibernate, can we write off the night times and just not have to sleep during the weekend?
Level 23 happened. And there's no way around this. But,
Ah, maybe it
that's when
was
the PvP
this.
started. Yep.
You mentioned about someone getting taken out, and then I read it, and then I completely moved on. Ooh, budget. Envious got kicked out from here. Okay, yes. Just make a random or one of oh, yes, the presets. As long as the presets look okay, that's probably exactly what I'll do. Queue gonna be long at start. Yeah. Hopefully my terrible internet can download it before it actually comes out. How big is it? How big is the file? How big is the game? Where will I need to store it? What do I need to uninstall to play it?
That's when the PvP started. Now, of course, we were PvPing all the time. Every time
80, that's fine.
Besides that.
That's
But
okay,
what
that's
happens is
manageable. It can go into my C.
They're good guilds. There's another good guild
So
called
who you
EPH, and they're very good. They got bodies. They're gamers. But what happens is the
EPH.
other good guilds. There's another good guild called EPH, and they're very good. They got bodies. They're gamers. They're sweaty. They got levels. They catch up on levels finally, and they also want this spot. And guess what? They fucking took it, right? So now it's an endless battle of them killing us, and then we respawning, and we're getting our guild. We're gonna kill them, and then they respawn. They get even more bodies, and they wipe us. And it was just a non.
So much
battle, and it was
XP
so
debt.
much fun. But
That sounds horrible. You don't care how your toon looks. Maybe you do. I just want something that looks interesting. I don't want default human. I've done default human. Don't want it. I was stuck with it for New World. I'm not going to go default human again. This is a fantasy game. I want to fantasize. So I'm going to go with Busty Orc Lady. For 5.9, nice. There was a video that someone suggested that I watch, which was a clip of someone who did put the slider for chest all the way up to the top, and then they immediately regretted it when they actually saw how big it was in game. It downloaded quickly. 60 gigs is like a fair few hours for me.
TLDR, we got our ass beat twice, lost our spot, they punked us out of our spot, and so we ended up leaving all the way to go to lawless zones down in the bottom right, which is the desert. Now, this is a very good spot for gear as well, and it's very good XP per hour too, just not as much XP per hour, or the gear is not as good as Carfin was at the time. So we head on out to lawless zone, where hopefully we don't get PvP'd and we can finish our level, because all we need at this point is like, most of us are 23, 24, and so we just want to finish our level while getting some gear. Now, I've never been to this. I've been to the other lawless zone up there where Kumot is, because that's where the world boss is, the tropics or the forest or whatever. But I've never been to the desert one. So we make our way to this desert one, which actually looked pretty good. It's my first time seeing it. It looked like a desert. You know, it was really cool.
I was going to say, it doesn't look like a desert to me. It looks kind of green. But yeah, it's an oasis. You are let off. This is installed folder, not downloaded file.
On these oases, and we're just hard farming these for the most experience we can get. You know, it didn't drop that good of loot, but the experience ended up being like 650, like, 600, 650k an hour after, if you, with consistent pulling and no breaks and stuff. So we ended up sitting up there at the lawless zone in the bottom right
ding,
corner
ding.
for the rest of the time until we dinged 25, and that's it. After I dinged 25, I decided when I had 10 minutes or so left of the server being open when I dinged 25.
Just
so I
bask in your own glory.
So at this point, Steven, the guy who was making the game, like his game, he would put these system messages in the game. He's like, the ancient one arises,
Yada, yada, yada.
yada yada. So we're all looking for that guy, right? So I'm up 10 minutes left. I'm running around at 25 trying to find this thing, what Steven's baiting us about, but I couldn't find it in time. And instead, I took off on somebody in PvP and instantly got 2 stacks of corruption. And I was really mad about it because the guy that I killed had a red bar. And 2 stacks of corruption is losing 2 to 6 pieces of gear once when you die.
Yeah, the corruption penalties are massive. That's crazy.
and you have to lose the gear again to get rid of that first
Your
one.
GPU is
So I'm
less than
thinking
the
in my
one for
head, I can
minimum
trade-
specs for 1080. Oh dear. What is your GPU, Chihi? This is the tropic biome, you think? One of the lawless zone. And then it turns into a winter biome when it gets all snowy, right? Are you sure it's not just a sandy biome, a beach biome? An RX.
Trade my weapon.
I don't know, get good, bro. Seems like a skill issue to me.
To a guildie so it doesn't take my gear. I'm like, oh, my guildie, I see him running in front of me and I'm chasing him. And I
Kiwi.
forget that
Oh
I'm running into a town
no.
where there's guards. So I run to the town thinking I'm sneaky.
Did
to
you
try
just
to
get
not
one
die with
shot?
this corruption and lose my weapon.
You did
Wow!
just get one
There's
shot.
guards. So I run to the town.
Oh
thinking
no,
in
you
front of
got
me, and I'm
2
chasing him,
shots.
and I forget that I'm running into a
Wait.
town.
Hey Pez,
Take
thanks
my
for the
gear.
follow. Appreciate it. Appreciate you. But most of all, your face. A wallet issue. True. Or maybe playing the alpha of this game isn't the best idea for you then. Yeah. I kind of had to with this. I've been looking forward to it for so long. I could not.
Oh, my guildie, I see him running in front of me and I'm chasing him and I forget that I'm running into a town where there's guards. So I run to the town thinking I'm sneaky to try to not die with this corruption and lose my weapon. Plow! Dead. Immediately. Guards just fucked me up. I die. Thankfully, don't lose my weapon. I lose like my shitty helmet and like shitty, like I had like strength shoulders on because I had no shoulders on, and strength shoulders with armor is better than no shoulders, right? So I lost those, which is really good. And then my chat reminded me that you can grind corruption off, which now changed. It's not that long of a grind. I think I grinded mobs for 10-15 minutes and I got rid of that last stack of corruption. So after that, I didn't really have much else to do, so I just ran around, RP'd, walking around, talking to my chat.
Sick. But are you a mayor?
MD.
I don't know, is this guy a mayor?
And the server went down.
Same.
And now I impatiently wait till Friday to play the game again. All right. I just wanted to update you guys on what I did this weekend, and that was about it. Next weekend, I'll be obviously level 25, and it's all about world bosses, massive PvP events, caravans. We're going to do everything else in the world.
Is there any point trying any of the caravan stuff if you're not level 25? Because you've got like 25 level guilds everywhere.
I'm going to have to buckle down and go find 2,000 flax or plant flax in a farm or something. We're going to have to figure that out because I need to do that. Other than that, yeah, that's it. I love you guys, bro. Hope you guys are doing okay. Stop by the stream if you want, twitch.tv/CurtsVibes. I stream everything. I did start streaming YouTube on it too. So, and that was actually
How fun was it?
So I'll be doing that again this weekend. However, I don't stream the whole time on YouTube because I like to listen to music, and I can't listen to music on YouTube.
How long is this outro?
DMCAing me. So stop by the stream if you want. If not, I'll see you guys on Friday. Side note, we do have a very big. I'm hosting a very big PvP tournament in 2 weeks. Right?
Nopster! How's it going? Thank you. How are you? How was the stream? How are you, my friend? Thank you. Welcome on in. At the moment, we're just, milking content. The huge. Not every guild is 25. It's just that there's some guilds that are. How was the stream? What were we doing? What was on the agenda? You were a bit worried with your 3060, but it runs smoothly. Well, I've got... Hey, Oracle, thank you. Appreciate the follow. I have a 2080 Ti, so I don't know, if where's that? Where is that? Is that good? Hey, Brutal, thank you. Appreciate the follow again. Amazing, very generous. Stalling as always. I don't know what you mean. What's that? Anyway. Weird that you weren't following. You weren't following me? I don't know. There's so many names. Yeah, what were you up to? What were we doing other than stalling? Oh, Nopster himself. Thank you. And follow goal 200. We made it. Ta-da! We did it. We did it. We reached 200. What do you get? Nothing, because I didn't plan for anything. When you did your caravan, you just skirted around the populated areas. I do want to play around with the caravans. The caravan's going to be so good. So good. Are you reacting to Crix? This gentleman, we could learn from him because he's already started his outro and now he's got like another 5 minutes of talking. So that is peak performance. I love it. Planning the guild. Did you say which server you're going on? I am still yet to decide, and I don't know how to decide. I would love there to be just someone that says, oh yeah, you really want to go into this server because X, Y, and Z. All I know is that NA servers probably don't want to get into them because I've got terrible internet. Oh yeah, so if I'm reacting to crits, sorry for everyone who's already seen this. At the previous to this, we were learning all about Bard, because yesterday we finally decided that we were going to choose Bard as our class, because they look very good. Very entertaining. Fresh server, if there is one. Oh, probably Shoal as the least populated. Didn't know that. How do you find that information? I was looking for that. Although I was just like looking on the Discord. It doesn't really tell you that much on there. But I'd love to know how you find that information. Need to find out if you can put crafted goods into caravan. I thought you could put like literally anything in, but I'm not sure. Never touched a caravan. That is another video that I do actually need to watch. Is the caravan one. So good. So good. And then they transform, they digivolve into a boat. And this is the best. Just from seeing less people than on other servers. How do you see that? How do you see that? Am I being a silly? Like when you log in, do you see the population of each server? Come to Lotharia, we need more slave labor to build our cities. Fair enough. Yeah, we've had a few from Lotharia. I think the one that I would have just default chosen was Ariok. Is that how you pronounce it? Just because it's alphabetically the first and easiest to find. Linehold was completely empty. Ooh. So I think you're right, probably, about the fresh server, if there is one. Yeah, that would make sense, right? We don't want to just be joining in a world with level 25 guilds. That would be not a good time. Especially because you said that you want to, like, get to mayor and set up your own guild and stuff, right? So yeah, good luck. Have you followed, like, a speed strat for doing so? Do you know what your goal is? What route you're going to take? So what does this guy talk about for the next 5 minutes?
On, you need to be level 25 in order to do it. This is mainly because if I'm level 20 fighting 20s, or if I'm level 25 fighting 20s, you stand no chance. Nobody does, because the level cap is way too big in this. It's not.
If you follow a speed strat, your incompetency will make the speed strat a slow strat. Fair enough. Oh my goodness. No, so I know from watching your streams how excited you are for this as well, for this weekend. Any other November 8ers in the chat? Oh, it's this week. It's literally this week. Couldn't be any closer. It could be today, but it's not. Because we are terrible. We're terrible people. I feel like a little kid. I do a bit as well. I feel so excited. I don't know why. I think it's a few things. I think it's just because the systems that are in place, even though they're basic at the moment, they just really interest me. Like the whole node system, the trade routes that you're gonna have to have between different nodes in the world, animal husbandry, eventually necromancy, animal husbandry again. the list goes on. Is it Friday yet? I don't know. We were trying to figure out a way to make it Friday already. Does anyone know how to speedrun real life? Other than that movie Click. With the remote control that Adam Sandler uses. I swear that movie was a fever dream. So he just like fast forwards through his life? And then regrets it? Good movie. Was it? I don't remember. I just remember watching it on a plane. Cannot confirm if good or not. It was a long time ago. Let's just agree that that movie was in fact a fever dream. Said the Lord of Grump. Name checks out. Enjoy. No, thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, Notster. Thank you again. You need to start your third character? What? Third character? Tell me everything. What were your first two? I never speak of it again. It was like, some of you may not get this reference. Hey, Jenna Eula. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Some people might not get the reference, but does anyone know of Bernard's Watch? It's like any time manipulation, like magic, like that. I'm just like so into. It's like, so what you're saying is I could have Bernard's Watch, activate it, and then have a nap and no one will shout at me. Is that what you're saying? Because I am 100% in for this. Ranger on pre-alpha? Cool. Has the pre-alpha changed that much? For the Ranger itself? Yeah, we went from really wanting to play Mage to knowing that we probably should play Mage to maybe wanting to go Cleric, and now we've ended up in Bard. So that's my history. And I'm so looking forward to it. Bard looks so good. So good.
So that's gonna be in 2 weeks. I'll obviously do a little video about
Sweet.
it, and then like a little hype video, and maybe I'll post the whole thing. I want to do a 15-on-15 tournament between our guild and EPH because we're rivals and we have a lot of tit for tat. We're running the server. It's really cool. Both guilds are, not just us, but like both guilds are just manhandling everything. It's pretty fun. So it'd be really cool to have like a big Braveheart type.
Sounds awesome.
Lord of the
That's
Rings
what I
clash in the middle,
expect a lot of the best content to be. Is like arranged wars. Tank on the first weekend. Oh, okay, so like a massive variety. What's your third character though? Have you already chosen? Have you got your eyes set on something? What would be like your end game? I think as soon as Summoner comes out, I'm just gonna grind that until I bleed. And then as soon as Necromancer comes out, that is me done. I'll be like, good. I am at home.
15 on 15, 20 on 20, 30 on 30, however many we can get. And then I want to do single 1v1 tournament. That's the one where everybody needs to be 25 and, 1v1 tournament. But more on that later. I just want to let you guys know what I plan for streaming for some good content, all right? I am going to go. I need to finish this script for this Mage Guide video I'm going to be doing
Needs to go tank. Excellent.
Here.
There's patch notes from PTR. When was that? That wasn't the one from earlier where they said that they were fixing the NPC pathing? It's not that one, was it?
Here, let me change my camera real quick. I'll give you a little sneak peek. Oh, ignore this. This is just what I was looking at. You want to see a little sneak peek? Oh,
Okay, he's just showing us another video.
One or two of them,
nice. Cool. Well, there we go. That was yesterday. Oh, something came out today. Can has link? Where's the PTR stuff? PTR. I've not actually searched for the PTR notes before. Good. Here? 6 days ago. Here? How does one... How does one... God, I am so inept. News. Anything here? Okay. Can you link it? Or just tell us what it is. Are the PTR notes under NDA? Oh, wait, aren't they just visual NDAs? Is that a thing? Weren't they just under visual NDAs and you could talk about it? Describe it in detail? I'm so happy that I'm not part of any NDAs. I'd be like petrified about doing anything. So this
Just be in.
Blue Squadron character, I've heard a bit about him. He keeps coming up in conversation. I don't think I've ever actually watched anything significant about him.
Intentionally vague and imply a lot.
To be
more than
fair,
you're going
test
to be able to
goals,
deliver.
it could just say more. Or just a plus. Just a plus symbol, and that's it. Pre-alpha was under NDA. Weren't you, like, petrified of letting anything slip? Like, someone just asking one question, you'd be like, I'm not sure if I can tell you or not. Ash's intel posted on X. Let's have a look. Let's have a look, shall we? Where are you? Where are you, internet? Come here. Let me have you. Done. X. Ashes of Creation. Intel. Is it substantial? Do I care? A little bit. Well, it's more than the other one. It was like, pathing has been improved. Good. Good for you. Oh, I don't want to have to log into this one. Oh my god. I'm gonna make me do this. Right, 2 seconds. 2 seconds. I'm using Opera as like a second profile. I'm not logged into everything. So let's view it like this. Window. Capture. Bet you cannot guess how I'm going to show you. Yes, through the snipping tool. Where'd you go? Snip. Oh god, it's doing that thing again. Oh no, why are you doing this to me? You? There we go. Cool. I'm so professional. Look how professional I am. Couldn't even tell the transition. It was so slick. Look at him go. Why is he still talking? Just read out the thing. 2 secs. Okay. I'm going to read the PTR and then I must go. I must dash. And love you and leave you. So everyone who came in from Nopster, appreciate you. It's been swell. Let's go through the PTR patch notes. Fixed multiple GPU-related crashes, including memory clashes. Excellent. Fixed a bug to prevent ghost characters appearing to be stuck on invisible walls in the world. I don't know, maybe they're just ghost walls? Have you considered that? You just can't see them. Made improvements to the environment in Samir's Hope. So that's the second starter area, yeah? Fix an exploit allowing cargo to be transferred from one node to another. How? Interesting. I want to know more. Even though they fixed it, like, how did they actually manage to do that? Made more improvements to NPC navigation to help with server performance. Sick. Increased the spawn area of NPCs in the killing fields and changed visuals for the rounded bottoms of waterfalls. Bottoms. Cool. Well, so with the patch notes, do they do it every day? Are they patching after every PTR? If so, is it gonna get just even better by the time that we actually get to Friday? I don't know. Answers on a postcard. Right. I am needed elsewhere. It has been a blast. It has been amazing. For those of you joining us November 8th, good luck. I hope you have an amazing time. Hopefully the Q demon doesn't eat your bottom too much. I'm not very good with outros. I'm trying my best. Anyway, just say bye. Just say bye. Hey chat, I'm going now. I'm gonna go see if there's anyone else, anyone better you can go and watch. Let's have a look, shall we? Are there any Ashes of Creation-ers? There's one person here. Ziglodon? Looks rubbish. I don't know that. I think this one's a replay. No one wants to watch a replay, do they? What's the etiquette of like sending you over to someone's replay? I don't know. But yeah, it's been a blast. You are all amazing creatures. And see you sometime in Vera. I could have maybe like beefed that up a bit. See you again next time in Vera. And then like have a cool outro. And be like I'm not gonna raid you to the other person because it's a rerun. Actually, screw it, I am. Okay, love you, bye. By the way, I lied, I'm still here. Thanks, Lord. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. You are too kind. Right, okay. Actually going. Love you, bye.